Teď budeme ještě asi jako anglicky, ne?
No, a to se dá pak nějak přepnout?
Jo, to pak já. Je to ten anglický,
Jo.
Ale jestli tam jde hlavně ten zvuk, ten se jako chodí.
Jo, prosím. Maria. Jo,
Jo. Teď si pracuje, protože mě napadlo, že ten problém, který s tím průmem, to asi dělá. Když byste to, vidíte, snad vidíte, kde je to?
Paradoxně, ale to nepomohlo. A vrazil jsem tam znovu, to trafilo. A ne, to stalo. Mě asi brumíme proti házu.
Ne, brumíme tím, že to máme propojený ten systém, možná to bylo
Ne, dělá to jenom stačí, ono tady běžně stačí jenom propojit HDMIčko a notebook. A dělá to, když třeba notebook vyškoukneme z nástupy takový typů.
No to je taky to bylo.
Jasně,
Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, raz, dva, 3, raz, dva, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, dobrý den, raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, raz, dva, 3, raz, dva, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mluvím stále a ono tam je tak půl minuty zpoždění, možná víc, jo, s tím YouTubem. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Raz, dva, 3. Raz, dva, 3. Mně ještě napadá, můžeme když tak tady přitopit na vstupu toho mikrofonu do toho Zoomu, jo. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, Ježiši Kriste. Raz, dva. Je tady nějaký nastavení zvuku. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6 tady. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Raz, dva, 3. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Raz, dva. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. Raz, dva, 3. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Já tady ještě můžu přidat vstup do toho Zoomu. Nevím, jo? Ještě můžu takhle přidat vstup do toho Zoomu. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Raz, dva. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5. Den. Raz, dva. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Raz, dva, 3, 4. Já jsem tady přidal na max vstup toho, a on to ubere, když tam hodně jako zařvu, tak to bez tak začne ubírat, no. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Raz, dva. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Raz, dva, 3, 4, 5. Já jsem... To je třeba 7 minut, aby tam mluvil do anglického překladů. Tohle byl originál z YouTube.
Pane Fuchs, byl byste připraven nějaký
Já nevím, tady jsme se dokonce taky vypředil dům.
Jo.
Ale to by asi mělo být dojít.
Tak zkuste. Jaký to máte jazyk jenom? Jaký máte jazyk? Češtinu. To je český, to jste něco říká. To je český, ano. Jo.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Nuclear Days Conference. It is held at the FAV, the Faculty of Applied Sciences, New Technologies for Information Society building at the University of West Bohemia campus. And it's held on the 14th and 15th of September 2023.
Děkuji moc. Napadáte teď ještě něco?
A taková poznámka,
No, myslím, že to tam tak mohlo hodit.
Nebo já to tady budu v pohodě, protože mám nějaký prezentaci. Práva si tam je. Jo, takhle. Aha. No. No. Já tady nevím, jak to je to. Ne, to bude tady, máš pravdu, ale já nevím, že to je to. Ale to bude ten pravdu. Já opravdu nevím, to je fakt nevím, já nevím, jestli to není nastavení bylo, jaký systém, že tam mám špatně, a takže se tam spoje, ale já tady udělám to kručím, ale to bude asi no, to bude být Myslím, že to maximum bude tady nebylo moc, no. Jo, no. Já nevím, jestli to vlastně to můžeme to odpovědět. Ale to já nevím.
No, myslím si, že ono sice je škoda, že tyhle nepěkné, že to už je pro tebe jako ale jo, uvidíš a potom taky, jak se to přetáhne. Potom to je ostatní a je to zase stejný závěr, no, určitě. A i nějaký ten pohled takhle a takový to, no, že potom tady no.
No, podle mě dřív to tak bylo standardně, prostě to platilo plně výlučně. Zkusím odpovědět a znovu představit. A to ještě jestli nějakým stavení činů toho plynu.
Ale že to se možná našlo to uznávají, to tam bude. Protože už to no, já bych se připojíš pátku na film. Já to asi teď filmu, který tam žijí, nebo tam můj.
Ještě pak úplně do nastavení toho meetingu, jestli tam ještě nevím, taky to není.
Takže já to vidím. Ale jako na tom YouTube, a když to hodně zpátky, to je nejlepší. Tak to je jako... Jo, ještě taky kvalitně, protože třeba asi to děláme se na té spolu, tam to děláme do toho.
Rozumím tomu, takže načli jako je možná to je slušný. Jo, když se to nabíhá. No, připadá mi, že to větší potom včera ani takže my včera neprobíhá výměna výkupu, tak to nabíhne. Protože to bychom to asi nedokázali, takže to se tak no prostě.
speciale, jo, jo, já vím, že to bude od vás, takže
Good morning, Mr. Cizel. Can you hear us?
Good morning. I can hear you. Yes.
So maybe we can test your screening of your screen, sharing of your screen.
Sure. I'm trying to enter with two devices. That's my standard practice. So let me in twice, if you can. Do you see me knocking on the door again with another connection?
You want admit another?
Yes, please do that.
Okay, I admit.
Okay. Yeah, we are going in.
Pokud něco špatně, tak já ti přenáším PDF.
Wait, I'm just.
Okay. So.
Coming in.
Oh, excuse me.
Here we are. It's working.
Okay, I see it, but maybe a few seconds. I need to test it here.
Yeah.
So maybe I only change the screen visualization.
Pane, jak bych mohl byste prosím vás tak? Mohl byste ještě prosím vás na chvilku?
Maybe you can you talking something if our interpreter.
Yeah, sure.
Sounds
I can say a few things. Is it coming in? So can you hear me? Everything okay? Or are you losing me?
Jo. A dám pustím. Jo,
I have sometimes a feeling that we are losing connection a little bit. Do you also hear that?
Já nevím, jak ten žít byste tam bylo to přesně. Já to teď mám takový vypikovaný.
Wait a minute, please. We only.
To by se podle mě musel přesunout, schodit ho z tohohle. No, přesunout ho na tu druhou plochu a tam ho zvětšit. Tam bych chtěl nastavit Když se chytá tohle něco, a když se chytá tohle něčeho sám.
Já teď nevím, já tady řeším konferenci, musíte zavolat kolegu. Jo, jo. No, teď je to... To šloupil do té chodby do parku. Víte, to ano.
A to je projekt, to vypadá.
To je projekt. Ne, to ne, protože všechny to zobrazoval, jo. Protože když řeknu aspekt, tak v nějakém bodě to zobrazuje maceta. To je správně, ale toho spílo se nějak v té době na rozlišení no, už jsem se jedná. Je to taková...
On je tam ne,
to musí
není někde, kdo viděl ty program. To není nutné, já jsem tam. Ne, já to mám. Jak to bude se stát tam, jo, nebo ne? Tady to uvidím.
Ten malý máš práci. A tam by měl já bych nesu druhý, co tady byl tam.
Jo, tak jestli
No, tam co tam.
já si neznamená, tady byla nějaká
Jsem tady měl být pohádečku. Teď mi protože tam máme moje pohádečku. I don't know, there is a connection between the Christian and the Jew. I remember that I gave a
Presentation. Us.
No, tady máme obraz. Tak možná není tenhle sluháček. Jo, tohle je nějaký kino, tady už je tam se tak nějakým divným rozlišením.
No, to je pak ale
Dobrý den, já vás zdravím. Jak se daří? Dobrý den.
Tady teda to je. Já jsem skoro myslel, že je pohádný, to je
No a teda budeme sáhnout, že
Hello. Mr. Cizo, can you hear us?
Yes.
Please turn off your microphone and your camera, and we tell you how you can present your presentation.
Yeah, at about 11 or something like that. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, see you then at 11. I will be connected, but not very close. So be back at 11. Okay.
Mr. Cecil, sorry, we couldn't hear you. Could you please say that one more time?
I will be connected, but not in person, very close to the computer before 11. So I will hear you at 11 or a little bit before that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Bye.
Mr. Cecil, we hear you. No, do you hear me?
Okay. I can still hear you. Yes.
We have one request from you. If you will be so kind and send us your presentation to email Frankie J. Yeah, Frank J. Do you have email?
Just
Mr. Frank?
Write it in the chat.
Yeah, please
write
check.
the email in the chat.
If you don't have that email, I will tell you.
Yeah, you can simply write it in the chat if that's okay for you.
So please send it.
Yes, in about an hour. Okay.
Mr. Frank is writing the email into the messaging chat.
Okay, great.
So if you don't have it, then you can copy it from the.
I see it.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, test.
Cecil, sorry to bother you, but we don't see your presentation. If you send it. Are you in front of your computer? You have muted mic if you are talking. Mr. Caesar, are you with us? Mr. Caesar, sorry, are you with us?
Tak já postojím. Teď jsem seděl celou tu. No to byl nový bod. Teď ještě tady potřebuje. Ne, jako tady. Mohl si zapnout, protože Máma se teďka vyrvala totálně z toho počítadla. Ještě schází
Mám si výžitečku, že
Professor Cizel, can you hear me, please?
It's a whole way to go.
Just have a message that you also want to have
yes, just to make sure because they are present, talking of more to be sure. It's not that it's okay. We managed it last time, but to be sure and yeah, I say and so on. little afraid that you can for some of your clothing or you because it's very cheap for us. It's just the music. It's the I must say or I find it's it's podcast. Yes, it's a old the old arena. Okay, it's a huge but so because we wondering if you have some like send it to market start. Yeah, we don't not much well. You go to the distribute or you will provide us to that's what I meant. Once clear on the problem. Yeah, more or less. I didn't take a photo look at all of the photos.
Hello,
Jihokorejská společnost KHNP má téměř 50 let zkušeností s realizací a provozem jaderných elektráren. Za dobu své existence se podílela na 34 projektech v Jižní Koreji i v zahraničí. V soutěži o dostavbu jaderné elektrárny Dukovany nabízí nejmodernější ochranná řešení v podobě reaktoru APR-1000, který splňuje mezinárodní normy, včetně těch po událostech ve Fukušimě. KHNP, váš partner pro jadernou energii.
Dobrý den, pane. Já vás
tady jsou
Já to nevidím. Dobré dopoledne, vážené dámy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you all
Recording in
very
progress.
cordially at this opening session to the Nuclear Days 2023. This is the 13th edition of the Nuclear Days, and for the 7th time is the conference hosted by this university. Also, Skoda JS and the Czech Nuclear Education Network, that is an association of Czech universities that teach nuclear sciences. The purpose of this exercise is to generate interest in nuclear technology and nuclear power technology, not only during in students but also among the general public, and to dispel some myths and concerns. Josef Síkla, the Minister of the Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic, provided the auspices together with the Chancellor of the University of West Bohemia, Professor Lavička, also the President of the Engineering Academy of the Czech Republic, and also Mr. Petráček, and the Governor of the Pilsen region, Mr. Rudolf Špoták. And I'd like to give him the floor now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly pleased to see that the University of West Bohemia hosts this conference. We, the Pilsen region, support the University of West Bohemia on a long-term basis, and we are really thrilled to see that such a great audience and expert body as this conference auditorium has come to our place. I'm not an expert on nuclear technology and nuclear power technology, but I believe it's fair to say that nuclear power technology has become part of our political debates, although it should be only a professional matter. I got involved in the debates around nuclear power in cooperation and in connection with the Green Deal. But I believe Nuclear technology and nuclear power should be a fixed part of the energy mix of the European Union countries. I had a meeting with colleagues of mine, my counterparts from other countries, and we were talking about how to phase out nuclear power plants. And I said, if it was really possible, we would love to buy some of these German, for instance, now closed nuclear power plants from them, so that we don't have to buy and build another nuclear power plant or another block in Temelin, for instance. I wish you a great success at today's conference. I hope this will be informative and will be good for your contacts as well. And I firmly believe that nuclear power will become and will have stayed for dozens of years to come, for decades to come, part of our mix. And I wish you a great day. Thank you, Governor Spoták. The organizers of the nuclear conference prepared a two-day conference indeed, which will see a number of Czech and foreign experts. The topic of the conference is nuclear power, the way out of Europe's energy crisis. We'll be also talking about how to educate new experts in this industry and what are the outlooks of supplying heat energy to households in the Czech Republic, and also the concepts of nuclear power plants. Tomáš Heller will be among the speakers on behalf of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Petr Závodský, or the representative of the International Atomic Energy Agency. We also have the pleasure of inviting you to the exhibition in the surrounding spaces, and the ceremonial opening of that exhibition will start after the first roundtable at around 1:45, and you are very cordially invited on behalf of the organizers. And towards the end of the roundtable, we'll also announce the winners of the international contest between the students of this industry, and you'll be able to see their contributions on posters outside this hall. As usual, there'll be secondary student competition, and the main prize being a tablet. Today, we'll be able to hear about the myths surrounding the reactors and fission reaction. We'll be also talking about things like the nuclear waste. And we believe that this might be of interest for students of secondary schools and gymnasia, because they might be our students pretty soon. So that's in the nutshell about this year's Nuclear Days. Before I give the floor to Professor Josef Basl, he is the Vice Chancellor of the University of West Bohemia. And before I do it, I'd like to give you this announcement. Today, unfortunately, we have some sad news to announce. Unfortunately, the first Chancellor of this university, Associate Professor Jiří Holenda, unfortunately has died. Jiří Holenda was at the birth of this university in 1991, when he was the man who was able to merge the faculties that were spread across the various industries, and he was literally the man who laid the foundation stone at this university. He will be forever written in the history of this university. Please pay him a tribute by a minute of silence. Thank you.
Děkuji vám.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to give the floor to the Vice Chancellor of this university, Professor Josef Basel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you on behalf of this university and the Chancellor of this university. Let me welcome you to this conference devoted to nuclear power. We're very happy to host this conference. I believe it's become a staple on the program of the conferences that we host. And I also believe that it's a good place to host such a conference. It's a very important conference for us. This is a facility that is under the wings of the Faculty of Applied Sciences, but I need to also mention that our colleagues from the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering have been heavily involved, and you'll be able to see proof of that at the exhibition. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for being able to find time and space in your busy schedules to come to Pilsen for hopefully the full 2 days. I hope this will be informative for you. This will contribute to further expansion of your network of contacts. And we believe that there's also a social side of it. And we believe that this industry is truly more and more important for our society. So we hope for these 2 days to be a great experience for you, and we hope to see you on other occasions as well. So let's declare this conference open. Thank you, Vice Chancellor Basel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Jan Zdebor from the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. He will be the host of the first round table. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I'm really pleased to see that we can gather again. And I'm also pleased to note that we started to organize this conference 13 years ago. And looking back at the 13 years of this conference, it's a joy to see that it's become a tradition. And it also has grown compared to what it was at the beginning. At the beginning, we had 2 supporters, Techmania and Pilsen and Skoda JS. Now there's a whole lot more of our sponsors and supporters, so I'd like to thank them all. We really appreciate your support and aid, and as we all understand, there's always a cost side to organizing a conference like this, and we need to cover them. So once again, thanks to all our sponsors and supporters. Equally, I'd like to thank the people who make this conference possible by their presence. So thank you all for coming. Let me just give you very shortly an outline of what we have in store for you during this conference. We pretty much stick to the same format. The opening conference will take place today and tomorrow. And during the first day of the conference, we will also see the opening of the exhibition, as Mrs. Kolářová has already mentioned. You are very cordially invited to take part in that ceremonial opening. We suppose it should happen around 1:45 after the first round table. Hopefully that will work out time-wise. And I will ask Mr. Tomáš Eller, head of the section of energy sector and nuclear sources at the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. And without further ado, I'd like to move on to the opening topic of our round table. It's truly an honor and pleasure to be able to have our speakers here. Once again, Tomáš Eller is one of them, the head of the Energy and Nuclear Resources section at the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. I'd like to welcome Dr. Jan Barták, the president of Nuke Advisor, the French advisory. And likewise, I'd like to welcome our online guest, Professor Leon Cizel, who could not attend in person, unfortunately, but I hope when his paper comes due, he will be able to join us online. I'd like to welcome also Mr. Karel Winkler. I can't see him. Maybe he's just somewhere around. He's the Director of Strategy at CHEPS. He did send his, he confirmed the invitation, so he will hopefully come. Mr. Petr Závodský is our next speaker, the chairman of the board at Dukovany 2. I'm proud to say that Petr Závodský has become one of our patrons, and he's a regular at this conference, and that's very important because we want to make sure that we bring up another generation of nuclear experts, and hopefully, in the good sense of that word, that the nuclear side of it will stay with them for the whole of their lives. Likewise, as you know, Pilsen has been connected with nuclear power for over 60 years, and I have the pleasure to welcome Dr. Daniel Procházka, the Operation and Sales Manager of Dosan Škoda Power. And last but not least, definitely the first person I should have mentioned in terms of providing the auspices to the Nuclear Days Conference, I'd like to welcome František Krček, the chairman of the board of Škoda JS, and also the the CEO actually of Škoda JS. All right, so we've covered the official side of things, and now we can start working on our expert stuff in the round table. So I'd like to give the floor to Tomáš Eller and ask him to make that kick off. Over to you. So, Governor Špoták, Chancellor Russell, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. First of all, let me thank Dr. Stebor and the University of West Bohemia and all the organizing team for putting together another year of this conference. Thank you also for inviting us. We do meet with the majority of the people who I can see here in the auditorium at least once a year. So, having discussed this with Dr. Stebor, I will really just do a brief kick-off, and I hope that we will get to our expert stuff so that we can make sure that the roundtable is of interest and is informative to all of us. I have to say that I've already broken one rule. František Krček urged me to use a picture because a picture is worth 1,000, or actually more, sometimes is worth more than 1,000 words. I don't have any. So I hope this will still be a good update for you in terms of what the ministry and the government of this country are working towards. Okay, slide number 2. Brilliant. What is actually happening at the strategic level, at the governmental decision-making level? This year is actually a key one, not just in terms of what is going on in the energy sector, but also in terms of, primarily in terms of what is going on at the governmental level. We are preparing the national strategy for the energy sector. Some people literally think of this as just another piece of paper. But for investors and for making sure that we have the instruments to really implement these capital expenditure projects, this is the key policy-making document. The last one was approved in 2015, so it definitely needs updating and amending. The government is keen to discuss this strategic document, this policy-making document, by the end of this year. And the next year, the strategic environmental impact assessment would be then considered and discussed. And during the next year, sometime next year, that strategic document would come into force. The overall key message is that nuclear power will be one of the 2 or 3 main pillars of providing energy security for our country. That is already being confirmed by the modeling exercises that we've already started and that I might be able to say a few bits about later on. But based on the European regulation, we are required to send by the end of September the draft of the National Energy Plan. So it's actually putting the cart before the horse in a way. But we're simply faced with this situation. So we are literally working on 2 developments at the same time. And by the end of September this year, we'll have the objectives already lined up with our strategy. And there are 2 main things that we deal with.
Number 1 is abandoning coal, depending on the political situation or the power market situation, hopefully to the mid-30s. And then we are trying to prepare ourselves for the period after 2030. These are our priorities, and we have to prepare for that change, and we have to. Let's have a look at what's going on right now. In April, we have prepared the underlying conceptual documents for our power strategy, where we will have the mix, where in 50% we have confirmed that we are ready with our sources in the NPP Dukovany. And also, it has been confirmed that this national conceptual document will be also applicable to small modular reactors. Currently, we are preparing study and research documents. First of them, it's the very sophisticated model prepared by the Charles University and its R&D center. It's the SEPIA project. It's a very sophisticated model which includes 2 or 3 econometric models and a CHEPS model. And you know all perfectly well that in econometry, when you have all these more sophisticated models, then it's a 50% chance that they will apply. We never know which half will be applicable. So when we have 3 or 4 different models, we can hope to get some idea of the estimated tendencies or trends in future, but this is not a bulletproof model. It has to be confirmed in further research and studies. This is why we are already working on such a study for manufacturing appropriateness, applicability, with regards to renewables, NPPs, where we are studying the economic effects of these new solutions. So this is everything that we are up to. We are preparing and we are working and we'll be developing somewhere around October and November, in line with the state power framework. Now, this table is stolen from the study of the NPP, and I don't think I have to preach here about the advantages of atomic power. We all know the situation in the market. You know what the situation looks like in the US when it comes to emissions, power control, the use of land, and other applications. You know all perfectly well that nuclear power ticks all the boxes here. The final column in the table, it's cost competitiveness today, and shale gas, it's something that it's very cheap in America. However, here in Europe, when we have a look at the prices and the pricing tendencies and futures in stock exchanges, then when we look at the EU market, it's the final column that says that NPPs are really cost effective in the EU market. The development of new power plants, where we're at. So I'll just tell you a few things from the state perspective, not from the investor's perspective. So at the moment, we are notifying for the public funding projects. We are buying back power. We are preparing complex analysis. And all these processes take roughly 4 years. This is the 3rd year of these pre-notification processes. There has been some research and investigation conducted. When you look at the development of power generation and the political context, you see that we have to overcome a number of hindrances. The EU Parliament took it under vote how the power generation and nuclear power generation will be developed in the years to come. So they're preparing some new regulations that will help and enable us to provide state funding to such development projects. But this is quite a complex issue, and it will shape the notification processes for years to come in Poland, in France, and other countries as well. We are also, in cooperation with the Finance Ministry, preparing a program for funding the project starting from 2025, which will be returnable state funding mode, including state funding from the state budget. But these are questions that we have to tackle in the next couple of years. And from 2024 on, the funding will depend largely from the changes in pre-notification processes and on the transformation of ČEZ Group and other strategic power plants. We are discussing quite intensely also the topic of other sources. I remember when I was here last time, a few years ago, we decided that it's not enough to have one unit in the NPP, because it will not be sufficient enough economically, technically, and energetically. So this is the discussion that is ongoing. Last year, we held very intense, detailed work and research regarding the number of units that we will need, how this will affect educational programs, how we had to have a look at all the models, and they are all saying one thing, that we have to focus on new NPPs, new generation capacities of up to 4 to 5 gigawatts of new NPPs. And this is what the current body of research suggests that we have to concentrate on. Investors model, that's a very sophisticated issue as well. When you have a look at Poland and France, when you see that they're preparing a number of new units to be constructed, we can see that there is a tendency to opt for state-funded entities, because there is a number of risks that a private developer cannot mitigate. Again, also, we are in a common European Union market when we have to abide by the tender regulations on the EU level. So we have to find a very competitive or relevant model. We have to have open tenders, which is something we have experienced here when we were commissioning NPPs in 2013-14, and it was unfortunately not a very good experience. So the state will not only have to support these new projects as far as financing is concerned, but also the return on investment, because it's a very volatile market when it comes to power generation. Prices are very volatile. The sources are not controllable, predictable. So we have to take that into consideration, so that the market has its limits, and we have to prepare ourselves for that. The power market reform also suggests that we have to concentrate on new power sources. The new conceptual document in the Czech Republic also prepared an SMR roadmap for small modular reactors in the Czech Republic. This document is already provided, is already being reviewed by the Parliament, and eventually it will be included by the Ministry of Finance, Industry and Commerce in the strategy for the power generation for the Czech Republic. It includes, for example, tasks and objectives for the public sector, what kind of institutions and authorities will need support in the years to come. It does not state what specific technologies will be used in these new NPPs. It includes also some findings from the CHEP's research in the area of small modular reactors. But that's not all we do. We have been working on new legislation changes and updates. We all know that in the Czech Republic, we had this sad record of being well beyond 140th state as far as the complexities of the construction permit processes. So we have been working on making this process more simplified so that the current ongoing projects and future developments can already make use of these changes. We are also preparing the changes in the Linear Act. It's still under discussion. This regards the infrastructural projects also. We are now preparing the update of the legislation regarding the storage of nuclear waste, so that the processes connected therewith are very transparent, very clear as to the processes and procedures of selecting these deep storage facilities in future. It is a very complex change. and update very sophisticated one. Human resources is one of the big topics of this conference. Our ministry, together with the Ministry of Education, have come up with a special work group or task force group to prepare ourselves for the new MPPs. We will have 3 or 4 new units and a number of small modular reactors, which will require roughly 14,000 of employees, and not only engineers, but from various fields of expertise. We have been also trying to develop some framework to support the workforce, potential workforce for these new reactors. We have prepared 5 such framework documents. One of them was prepared by our Ministry of Industry and Commerce. The remaining 4 were prepared by the Ministry of Education, and they discussed and identified all the bottlenecks, all the pain points regarding the secondary school education, what needs to be supported, career advisement, counseling, etc. We have been also trying to find as much funding as possible to support competitiveness of the Czech industry with regards to small power plant, nuclear power plants support between various entities. From abroad, we want to initiate or strengthen cooperation also with Japan, Korea, and other countries very active and dynamic in nuclear power generation. As far as the internal framework, legal framework is concerned, I am skeptical. We all know that all investments, especially in power generation, are affected by the regulatory framework prepared by the EU. If I was to assess it, then I'd have to say that the priorities of the Czech presidency that was aiming to develop fairer conditions for all member states in terms of power generation failed. We had some other countries that joined us later on, like Sweden, Poland, France, and together we created a nuclear alliance of 14 countries, which is more than half of all EU member states, with Great Britain as the observer. We prepared a very specific list of requirements of things that need to be changed in the legislation of the EU, what the EU Commission needs to work on, with the key issue being funding. Here, the European Investment Bank should change its attitude, because there is a political barrier of investing in NPP. We are now expecting an SMR communication from the Commission. We'll see what they come up with. Also, there is an ongoing study researching nuclear power generation on the EU level, which should come with some recommendations for us. This is a study that is investigating what needs to be done in the EU so that we can reach the renewable targets and objectives, including SMRs as well. Here, the Czech Republic is very active, and I'm looking forward to our discussion. What are your observations on the topic?
Abych poděkoval panu.
All right. Thanks to Dr. Ehler for his introductory kick-off presentation. I believe there's a whole lot of things that, of course, we're interested in. And we could spend a long time discussing these things, but we don't have the time to do it. So before we move on, is there anybody who would like to ask a question? Just one. So, yes, we have questions for you. Let me just give you the mic. Mr. František Pazdera. Hello, my name is Pazdera. Actually, I've got two questions. Number one, when I look at what is going on in Russia, we shouldn't wait for, nobody's waiting for the European Commission decision, and they're actually planning to build nuclear power plants and supplies from both small and big suppliers. And second, the national strategy for the energy sector did not really look at the decarbonization by 2015. I believe this one, the new one, will actually take the decarbonizing effort in consideration, and will be actually spread across the all the space of industry and trade. And when I look at what is going on in the world, the United States, looking beyond the borders of the EU, are considering just keeping their energy mix as it is and trying to capture CO2. So are we also considering this in our strategy? Okay, thank you for that question. Could Dr. Eller answer those questions? I can use this one, it's all right. But please do use a microphone. All right, the first question. Okay, you mentioned essentially Poland. Well, the Polish plans are pretty ambitious, but we should not underemphasize that they've already had the deadline for the delivery of the first nuclear reactor for about 10 years in their strategy. There's a pretty close collaboration with our Polish counterparts. During my term at the Ministry of Industry and Trade, I've been there for 4 years, I can see a great shift in the staffing levels, ministry, the supervisory authority, the individual companies, PEJ, the supervisory body, and boosting the powers of the regulators, getting money really in motion. So, well, yes, they are at the beginning, of course, right, but their ambitions seem to be supported by actions. So will it be 3+4, 3+3 big reactors and 50 small reactors that we hear so much about in the media, or if it's something different, if it's a gradual process, maybe 3 reactors in Liubetovo Kopalino, in that area, and then some other reactors, we don't know. But certainly we need to take this seriously, and we should see this as an opportunity for the Czech Republic, for our industries. At the same time, we should try to speed up the process of the Dukovany 2 project so that we are ahead of the pack. So that's one thing, and there's been a great deal of cooperation and coordination with our Polish counterparts vis-à-vis the EU. I don't want to sound old-fashioned, but in a number of areas, we are the country where they come to learn some lessons. So yes, let's not underestimate them, and it's an opportunity and a challenge for us. Yes, that's certainly a topic that we could spend a long time discussing. I could actually ask about a dozen more questions just for myself, but if we have the time, we'll do it later on. Let me just touch upon one more aspect very lightly. We are perceived by the world in a certain way, and some companies decided to use that when they pick their suppliers. So that's one thing. The second thing is specifically concerning the sources of CO2. So that would be primarily combustion engines. We were in the US in May with the Association of the Industry. It is an opportunity. Prior to that, there used to be this opportunity on the American market, but I think it's more important for us and more interesting for us to look at what the federal government in the US does to support this sort of project. Inflation Reduction Act covers project support, capital expenditure support, and some other financial aid. Maybe even a country like the US understands that without government money, it's just not going to happen. All right, thank you very much for your answers. We'd love to spend way more time discussing these issues because they are pretty hot, but we need to move on. First expert, Dr. Bartak from Nuke Advisor will be speaking. Over to you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Ehler completed his presentation by several points concerning the EU level. My contribution will be just about this level, just about this perspective, the EU perspective of the energy sector. And it's actually a thought whether nuclear power is an opportunity for Europe to get out of the problems. Is it on?
Tak další, prosím.
All right, the next slide up, please. I'd like to start my paper by showing you a couple of graphs. You know this anyway. This is the global primary energy consumption globally. It looks like that we have been and we will for a long time remain a society based on fossil fuels, and we need to really make a lot of effort to decarbonize, but without threatening our civilization. If you ask people what were the primary sources of energy that went up in the past 20 years, few people will answer that question correctly. It was coal. Guess what? So we're talking about decarbonization in the media all the time, but we can only, by decarbonizing so far, start to slow down the onset of fossil fuels. It used to be 85%, 20 years ago, it's 82% of fossil fuels that are in the energy mix. So we are nowhere near the real process of reducing the carbon footprint. We essentially have four non-fossil sources of energy, the sun, water, wind and water. And it's pretty obvious that without nuclear power, this is simply not going to happen. It would be a big mistake to look at decarbonization as a separate technical issue that can be dealt with as a technical issue as such, like we switched from landlines to mobile phones. That's not the case. It's a problem of restructuralization and restructuring the most difficult industry indeed in the world. That is the generation and supply of energy. And you need to cover everything, talking about airplanes, talking about the agriculture, produce and all the rest of it, and intercontinental transport. The scale is huge, and few people realize it. Our civilization rests on this infrastructure that's been built for 150 years. And if for ideological reasons we rule out one or the other source of energy, and there's always a downside to any of them, it will be a big mistake. One can see that based on what we know on the graphs, nuclear power simply has more pluses than minuses, and without it will be simply in trouble.
What can be a lesson learned after the crisis that has been our share in the EU? We have to rediscover how important it is to provide energy security and independence. Until the Ukrainian crisis, it was a topic that was absent from any regulations and from the EU debate. Electricity and heat are essential human needs, and there will be a total collapse of society if they're not available and if they're not at available pricing level. We have also realized, when you look at the state-applied legislation solutions, that we have to protect our citizens against the raging and skyrocketing prices, because power, electricity, heat, these are basic human needs that have to be satisfied, and they cannot be left to the invisible hand of the market. So this was where the country and the state had to intervene in the face of the crisis. The crisis also showed us that the European power market is dysfunctional, and it will take a lot of work to fix it. And also there is a clash of interests here and between different EU member states. We have also realized in the face of the current crisis that Europe is absolutely dependent and more dependent on the importing fossil fuels. The sources of energy in Europe have been long-term dependent on inputs from outside of EU, including from Russia. However, we cannot rely on these exports anymore, including the imports of natural gas. Natural gas has been always shown in EU documentation as the biggest friend of renewables, and this is something that we know that it's void, null and void at this moment. We have to also admit that we have to do something to industrialize Europe. With the industrialization of Europe, Germany and other industrial countries are moving away from Europe. This will also affect the situation in the EU and also our energy mix, which is very much affected also by the geopolitical situation in the EU. So there is a trilemma that EU and Europe has to face. It has to radically reduce greenhouse gas emissions and decarbonize the economy, not only the power generation. Very often we talk about electricity, but it's only 20% of the primary energy consumption. We have to increase energy security and independence. We have to become sovereign in terms of energy so that we are not controlled by Russia. We have to reindustrialize EU so that we strengthen our geopolitical and global economic power in the polarized world today. What can we do about this? The what? I think it's pretty clear. We have to electrify anything that can be electrified. We have to increase massively low emission power generation. How we go about it is another question. We have to produce more heat using low emission sources. Again, the question remains what kind of sources these will be. For example, biomass seems to be more of on the problem side than on the solution side. hydrogen seems to be this holy grail or this golden mean to solve the problem, but I think it's just an illusion. I think we should concentrate more on low emission hydrogen production for those industries that cannot be decarbonized in any other way. So we have to concentrate on the industries that use coal or coal-intensive generated hydrogen, where we can focus more on low-emission hydrogen production, for example, in heating and other sectors. And we have to precisely calculate how much electricity will be used to that end. Energy efficiency and savings, these are the areas that we have still a lot to do. Savings are an extremely important element of our power management systems. I don't think I have to preach to the converted here, but we know that NPPs check all the boxes. We know that this power generation can help us achieve all the objectives and targets that I've just mentioned. I don't want to bore you with that. I'll just tackle more the final one. Nuclear energy is geopolitical in nature. It has always been that way and it will always be that way. So the question is how the EU as a superpower in the multipolarized world of today will tackle this issue. When you look at other superpowers, global superpowers, then it's pretty clear. When you look at China and Russia, these are the countries where the government provides massive investment in NPPs. The development is supported by state-owned concerns, and it is the main driver for economical development and for enforcing geopolitical soft power. It's a very clear process, very clear approach, and you could find dozens of examples of such approach. The world has been only watching this processes from afar for too long. And now you can see, as a result, the direction of the exports with nuclear power. In the US, we have noticed a radical change and shift in the approach, which is completely unprecedented. The US realized that the nuclear power is a question of power safety and security of the country. They have been using very strong, putting in very strong words in all official state documents regarding power policies. They are no longer a leadership in power generation, in power industry in the world, and this has to change. The US wants to stop the expansion of Russian and Chinese power conglomerates and overtake the leadership position in the world as a global power leader. They are investing massively in nuclear power sources. We have seen massive support and massive funding for existing NPPs in the US, and for when you read in the newspapers every other week, you see that there won't be any decommissionings in the US. They're getting new funding, and also they are investing in new modular reactors, small reactors, and they're also massively supporting exports in NPPs. When you look at other great economies of the world, such as Japan, Canada, the UK, Korea, or India, governments of all these countries have adopted in the past months and years very ambitious nuclear power development programs, which cover not only NPP development, but also decarbonization. And not to mention all these developing countries in Africa or Southeast Asia, where the governments have already realized that nuclear power is the only way to move forward in the economic growth on one hand, but on the other, how not to increase the CO2 emission or greenhouse gases emissions. What can the EU do about it, and what is the status quo here? Do we have the ambition to keep pace with other superpowers in the world? If we want to maintain our expertise in the nuclear industry and export these technologies, do we really want to stay in line with all these top nuclear power superpowers countries? The nuclear power is one of the few areas where we still manage to be in the top spots globally. We are still not lagging this much behind in the nuclear power generation. It also ensures our sovereignty or independence from other countries as far as power generation is concerned. So this is why we are we're doing well here.
My opinion is that, as Mr. Eller already indicated, this is going to have catastrophic consequences for the EU unless a great shift and fast shift is made. That shift is happening, but unfortunately, it's too slow. Why is developing nuclear power sector so difficult? Well, in the first place, it's a question of money. Second, of course, it's a matter of persuading people that nuclear is safe. There has been a history of decades of blackmailing, essentially, and putting all the negative aspects together with nuclear power in general. And there's a lack of institutional support. In France, for instance, the assumption was that new sources of energy would not be necessary, and by 2030, the energy requirement or energy demand would be actually going down. That has changed. Of course, there were some technical issues concerning the third generation units. Of course, yes, we are not hiding those facts, but again, the reasons are clear. If you haven't done something for decades, then, and without institutional support, obviously there's a problem to restart things. And we are totally financialized economy. We live in this in this type of environment. So even in the US, they have a totally regulated environment. Usually, the companies that are the builders of these power plants are monopolies or state-owned or semi-state-owned monopoly supply chains. If you talk about the whole chain of building, delivery, and then operating the plants. Next slide, please. When you are a developer and you come to a financial investor and you say, we want to build a nuclear power plant, what is it that the investors see? What is it that they see? I mean, they see a huge capital expenditure, long construction time, the risk of construction, the market price risk. You don't really have any certainty about concerning the price of your gigawatt hour. And then again, they say, okay, this is going to happen over a period of 60 years, 6 decades. But in the discount model, all the profits will just evaporate within 20 or 30 years anyway. And then the low predictable OPEX, that's something that an investor will be difficult to persuade about if you talk about 60 years. And of course, they will allocate their capital in some other industries. So high risks and high cost of capital. That will actually render the project dead before it even started. I can tell you that this is really the case. I've had the same experience. There were projects like this that were nice on paper, but never materialized. If you take this kind of project proposal to a government, what does the government see? If they have an idea, I'm sorry, I can't read it now. If they're interested in developing their country, they are going to see a capital expenditure program that provides the energy security and independence for a long time. They also see the opportunity for industrial development, for developing the home country industries. They see the opportunity for getting a dispatchable 24/7 reliable electricity supply, and they see a program that will get you to the lowest emissions possible of all the other options. They will also see the opportunity to create thousands of highly qualified jobs with high income, which obviously has secondary benefits for the whole country and the economy. And they are also going to see a low dependence on imports, which also improves the trade balance of the country. That's a very important one. And of course, they also will see a source that will provide a stable, predictable electricity price for decades. The societal and social benefits of that project, in the eyes of the government, obviously will be much more important and will take over the downside. And the government obviously has the wherewithal to play with the risks and, of course, adopt some of the risks, take some of the risks, mitigate the risks, and this is done with the purpose of reducing the cost of capital. Once you've done this, that project becomes competitive and it can actually take off the ground. Look at Hinkley Point C and the CFD contract for difference, the model that they applied. Run regulated asset base, for instance, is another option. If you look at France and what also we are preparing in the Czech Republic and Poland, all of these models, different as they may be between themselves, will certainly have some things in common. Long-term contracts, guaranteed price, guaranteed prices of electricity, direct investment by the country, by the government, and some spread of risks throughout the period of construction. So all of these models have these factors sort of in their equations. And all of that is done with the purpose of making the project capable of taking off the ground. And of course, what we did in the 70s or 80s, over the last century, was that we built just a single unit. But of course, the following units will have been built at a lower cost with better expertise, better know-how, and get to experience. Look at the Hinkley Point, and it's better when they do it now than when they did it the first time around, and they can do it so cheaper. The next thing, it's absolutely clear that we need to base our developments on thorough analysis, and only the countries that have a combination of nuclear and water resources can really achieve small, very low emissions. I think you know this graph. That's installed output and emissions. So the countries down there with lowest emissions are Norway, and other countries, Switzerland, France. Germany, unfortunately, even though they have the renewables quite a lot in place, they will never be able to reach the lower part of this graph as the countries that have a combination of these two sources, meaning water and nuclear. So, to conclude my remarks, I'd like to say this. We need to realize that by 2050, and this is indeed the very core of what we're talking about, with the exception of a few nuclear power plants, none of the currently operated nuclear reactors will have been in operation, because they will need to be renewed or completely replaced, overhauled. This means that the governments need to create a level playing field for low carbon sources. So the same level of support that is provided to renewables needs to be provided to nuclear. And we a long-term vision by 2050. We don't have it yet. Mr. Ehler mentioned financing. Yes, of course, that's a key question. The majority of funds and European funds, capital expenditure funds, simply rule out the possibility of investing into nuclear power plants. So we need to support all the initiatives on the funding side of things, and we need to create and put in place a policy and legislative framework for the players in the field. Again, the same way as has been the case in renewables. And the last bit here, Mr. Ehler mentioned at the end of his paper that there's a good basis for a degree of optimism. By 2023, we can say that nuclear energy has made its way into the policymaking strategic energy document. So if you look at the energy concept document that I talked about, these factors have been already considered and incorporated into this policymaking document. The expert community has been talking about this for decades. These are very rational and logical requirements. We need to thank all our MPs and European members of the European Parliament, or our politicians, and also the officials, government officials and ministry officials like Mr. Ehler, who work towards this. We need to realize that we need to invest a lot of effort into this endless process of debates and ideological clashes that simply disregard the physical realities of this world. We could be developing much faster if all the time, effort and energy was invested into the dealing with the real life effort and real life problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bartak. Unfortunately, now it's the time for we cannot have the discussion now because it's time for the intervention of Professor Cizel, who is here with us online, and it's time for his intervention. Yes, we can hear you properly. We can also see you, so all's fantastic. Thank you for joining us. We seem to be right on time, Professor, so the floor is yours, Professor.
So thank you very much. Sorry, I'm getting on bad voice. I hope you will hear me well. And let me try to share my screen also. Do you also have my slides?
Yes, we can see them perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad I listened a little bit to the previous speakers, and they did bring most of the information I need to develop it a little bit further into the actually one of the bottlenecks we are facing if we would be successful with new nuclear projects, and these are actually the professionals, the people we have to attract and develop to help us doing that. So if we are really go to achieve the CO2 neutrality by 2050, or at least 150 gigawatts by the European Nuclear Alliance, we would really need a lot of new people to come there. And I will then give you some estimates of the numbers which are rolling around, not only in Europe, but also in US, because if we will go all in the more or less the same time. So we will at the end compete to each other for the very, very few people which will be available. how a nuclear future, nuclear professional in the future could look like, a little bit of the concept, what this would be. And because of this concept, I would then end up with mobility support for young students and professionals, which is now in place and active, so they can gain, let's say, a lot of not only academic or training experience, but also multicultural experience. Let me just put it that way. I'm not able to speak Czech, but I was able to follow the Czech presentations. Luckily, I'm Slovenian, so it's not so difficult, but you know, that's part of the future nuclear profession. We will be all over the place. If you look at the construction sites, today there is up to 20 or 20 plus different nationalities in the same construction site. So things much beyond technical abilities are getting more and more important. Okay. We had a lot already about the nuclear alliance of European Union. My point here is 200,000 or even 300,000 new jobs. If we are there by 2050, we have, let's say, 27 years. So we are talking 10,000 or roughly 10,000 people per year is the average intake. Attract and develop. That's more or less what the French match program predicts only for France, by the way. I think you will have a little bit more about this French situation also later on in the conference, just to give you the idea that perhaps the French space believes they will take 10,000 and the rest of us will also need 10,000 at the same time. So it will be per year, of course. That will be a pretty demanding situation. Now, not much different in US. That's a very recent report of Department of Energy. They are targeting 200 gigawatts electric in 2050. So comparable in a way, in the order of magnitude with European 150,000 in 2050. And you see that the total number of people, new people they need to go there is close to 400,000. That's, of course, the estimate. And they are limiting the construction speed to only 13 gigawatts per year. We in Europe will probably have to go beyond that. So it's 10 reactors per year in the network. Compare it with today's situation. Okay, not to scare you away, just to be aware of that this will be really demanding enterprise. Now, future nuclear professionals, and I'm not looking, of course, in all dimensions of the human capital, but actually in the leaders, in those who would be able to organize things and teach others, train others. Let's say to the top 10, 15% of the stack. They will be faced with technical regulatory market complexities, at least of today, or not even more complex. So they will have to understand all this. But at the same time, because of the growing complexity, it will be more multidisciplinarity. It will be more because of not enough people at the same place at the same time. It will be much more multicultural and probably highly competitive. So more communication, more soft skills should also get into this equation somehow than today. And one of the very, let's say, effective and perhaps practical hands-on model is to enable the students to go around to other cultures, so internships, to see the industry also during the study, to work with the industry in other countries, so to get all these differences and diversity somehow in the picture by the time they are able to start their own work or start their own leadership. We did, and while we are going there, It's another thing I would like to stress very much. There are different knowledge forms we are acquiring on different things and need it all. Let me then start with the competence definition of IAA. So it's knowledge plus skills plus attitudes. Knowledge goes more in the conceptual direction, know why, and skills go more in the procedural direction or procedural knowledge, know how. Please note that those who are trained only in procedural knowledge, by definition, have problems to apply this knowledge in not exactly the same in similar situations. It's really difficult to extrapolate for them, for most of them. So this is what conceptual knowledge overcomes, and this is typically seen in the academic education, not perfectly, and this is typically, of course, seen in the industrial training. Again, not perfectly, just to make it a little bit black and white in conceptual. And then the attitudes, of course, depend on your experience in life. So if you are in know-why culture for a while, your attitudes will be different than in know-how culture. Let me just bring it, well, we are nuclear, so avoiding mistakes would be something which defines the safety culture. But on the other hand, it's only our own mistakes which enable us to learn, and it's the operation of the academic societies by trial and error. That's the main mode of operation. So if you don't see the trial and error operation don't experience this, at the end, the person who was not there might miss the idea of how the errors are detected and managed. Just dropping some ideas for total food. So we will have to keep and enhance both, very much both ways of academic education and industrial training, and early mobility between those two, for them to see, for people to see the differences, experience the differences. Okay, looking a little bit in the past, we were setting up with the European Nuclear Education Network first mobility program already in the year 2017. European Commission did support that very much. So we were able to move about just a little bit more than 600 persons in 4 years for 45 person years of mobility experience. And the idea was that mobility experience should be in favor and somehow enhancing the potential nuclear career. So it was a little bit more than half of people from nuclear engineering, radiation protection was also in the game, waste management, and we did put medical application people, they were on the with us. Now, why medical application people? Because their radiation is much better for people than our radiation. If you get radiation in the hospital, you say thank you. If you get radiation in the nuclear power plant, I say, okay. Let's go also to the diversity, or one of the issues or indicators of diversity. We were lucky to have nearly 40% of female mobility people in. The budget for this was approaching €1 million. A bit more, so this is the countries of origin of people. We did have some Pakistani, some US, Mexico, and also Brazil coming to Europe. And this is where the people went. Now, where the people went at that time, and please note, Russia was a good friend at that time. That ended before Ukrainian war. So a lot of people went also to Russia, to US, Argentina, even Australia. I think Australia is there because the young generation had a meeting, World Nuclear Young Generation had a meeting in Australia. Okay, now that was the past. We have another opportunity here. the target for this opportunity, which started in June 22 and will go until the end of May of 26, again funded kindly by European Union, is to move 1,000 people for more than 100 of person years of nuclear career enhancement mobility. It's open for bachelor's, master's, PhD students, postdocs, and young professionals. And young professional is considered somebody who entered in the first 10, who is in the first 10 years of career. The budget was at the beginning originally 2.5 million. We have a lot of demand, luckily, so we are already 1 million down. 1 million is committed to the mobility ongoing. The conditions, formality, it must be cross-border, so you cannot go from Pilsen to Prague. No way. You have to go in another country, and the citizen of an European member country can go anywhere in the world if it's, of course, good for his nuclear career. Now, Australia, okay, maybe, okay. And a citizen of any country outside of European Union can come to institutions or companies or anybody to European Union. The nuclear disciplines are more or less all of them. So it's nuclear engineering, medical application, radiation protection, waste management and disposal, and see also waste management and disposal. Also the commissioning is packed in radiochemistry, nuclear materials, and there is also others. The most push is for some reason for nuclear safeguards, but mobility committee is there to decide if it's a good nuclear application. And let me just speculate what mobility committee would think if they see a good proposal. As long as there is the money, they will say, okay, you're welcome. There are two tracks. Individual applications are, in my view, the most important. Students can propose what to do, where to do, how long to do. So in this case, we are asking for 2 recommenders. That's a pretty sharp criterion. So somebody from the home institution and somebody from the host institution should say, okay, we are happy with this particular mobility, and that's because the student will then, after being approved, the idea being approved, get the money in advance. And we would like to have reasonable insurance that this particular project is supported by both organizations. And then they have to send the report in, and that's it. Not a financial report, a report what they did. And there is also group applications, like, for example, the organizers of your conference or the conference next year could apply to get support for, let's say, 10 students to be there. Not Czech students, of course, international students in this case. And then the budget is given to the organizer, who has to select the participants and handle a little bit of the work for us. Okay, what do we do? What we consider reasonable mobility opportunities, internships, on the job trainings. We call it recommended activities. So that's, let's say, that's what we consider it's a normal range of things. Of course, it's possible also to apply for on-the-job training for 12 months. No problem. Study exchange, research exchange, up to even 18 months or 2 years. Research conference, training courses. We are a little bit shy with the training courses, let's say up to 1 week, but could be 1 month or more if it's a nuclearization course. So if you'd like to get mechanical engineers nuclearized a little bit, that would work here because it's a way towards a nuclear career. What we give, what is the money we give to the students? For short stays, we give about 100 euros per day, and then this goes down for longer trips. So if you're around for a year, then it's more 40 or 35 euros per day. But of course, for every day in a year and a half, it's a flat rate of 500 euros for travel. And there is access fee or conference fee or training fee, which we say, okay, up to 150 per day, but not more than 500. So we are a little bit shy in these expenses. But money goes fast still. So that means that we have kind of close to optimal solution as young people see it. And of course, I'm very happy if my student brings another funding and asks me to give a little bit to it. It's much easier to get this a little bit to it than all. So I think people use this option also very much. It's very easy to apply. There are rolling deadlines every 2 months. Rolling deadlines are kind of internal decision lines. So the next one open is by the end of this month. For those who would apply by the end of this month, they will know about the approved or not approved by the end of November, and will get the money by the end of the year. That's a rough idea how fast it goes. The rules, QR code, application portal, everything is online. Application is only done online. Another QR code. And let me just tell you, probably you're also familiar with the other European project offer, which is support to the access to research infrastructures in Europe. So students or researchers can combine these two calls, but unlucky, we support each other, both programs, but unlucky situation is that young people have to apply on both sides at the moment to get money to pay for the research infrastructure and money to pay for his travel and or her travel and subsidy. Of course, this will be available to all of you. You don't have to write all the links. In summary, I'm really glad to see pretty strong signs of nuclear revival. And I am then, of course, also very keen as a professor to see the how to attract and develop the 10,000 of new talents per year. And I tell you, we can only do it together. Not industry alone will not do it. Universities alone will not do it, and governments alone will also not do it. We have to do it together. And mobility is one of the great tools. Then we have the new people to help them to be aware of all the breadth and diversity of the nuclear profession as soon as possible in their careers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Velice děkuji panu profesoru Cizelovi za.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your intervention. I think it was very interesting, mainly for our students who are present here, and to those who are not, we will share these documents with them so they can be in the picture. What we think especially valid here in your intervention is the support, the funding for students. It's excellent that students in a number of countries actually applied to their works to our competition that has been organized during our conference, and many of them arrived here thanks to ENEN funding. And many such students are currently, for example, in the US, thanks to all the support that we have from the Alliance. Thank you, Professor, for all the fantastic information that you shared with us. Now the students know that they have new opportunities thanks to the funding, because money is essential to travel. And this is one of the things that your Alliance is providing to them. If there are no questions to Professor, then we'll move on to the next intervention. I don't see any hands raised, so thank you very much, Professor, for the intervention. And as you know, the first block of our conference today is dedicated exactly to the topic of human resources and how to ensure experts and employees in the future nuclear power generation reality. Thank you very much, Professor, again. And now let's move on to the next intervention by Engineer Winkler.
Dobrý den. Dámy a pánové, omlouvám se za malé zpoždění, ale paralelně v Praze probíhá jednání.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I do apologize for arriving late because I had to take part in the parallel meeting regarding grid modeling. We are part of the EU exercise. In this respect, we are preparing this strategy also on the national level. This is the document that we have already developed. I can share it with you if you're interested later on. I have prepared a short presentation to show you how we perceive and what is our approach as CHEPs to decarbonization and how it will affect the manufacturing production mix in the Czech Republic. Where to start? Where do I begin? Decarbonization is easy to introduce, I think. It's not an ideology. We don't perceive it as an ideology anymore. We all believe that it's a plan with a very specific objective, funds and a schedule. And the schedule is extremely important because many of these steps need to be implemented gradually so that the economy is not destabilized. It's like when you're building a new house without foundations or everything all at once. So we can't do this rapidly. This means that we have a number of issues that we have to tackle. The objective is zero emission or CO2 neutrality. We have to substitute fossil fuels because this is a very sophisticated and complicated question. We have to decommission many power plants, coal power plants. We have to prepare for the conversion of CHPs, and there will be a lot of shift on the consumption side of power, which means that consumption will be purely electric. We'll be using only or mostly electric sources, which I'll show in a second. We have to include renewables in this shift because this is not only funded by the EU and supported by the EU, which means that we have a lot of money to invest into renewables from the modernization funding, for example. Yes, we do have access to funding, so it makes sense to concentrate on renewables, but also we have to remember that we have some limitations in that respect in the Czech Republic, including geographical location. So these are all elements of this transition, and we have to also bear in mind that the ROI, return on capex, etc., the maturity of these projects in the NPPs are 25, 30 years, so they are economically viable. In 1986, we started monitoring these numbers and statistics, and they were all reflected in the schedule as well. The schedule has some critical parameters. For us, it's a LORE parameter, which is an indicator that shows us how this given plant or unit is able to cope with volatile burdening or volatile load, when there is an overload or underload, and we indicate it in percents. We can have indicators for 1, 2, 3 sigma, so which means that we need these units to be highly reliable. Here you can see what will happen to the production mix. There are two sides to decarbonization. Production mix has to change, generation mix has to change, but also the consumption side has to change. In around 2030, the economic viability of coal will vanish, will be over. So there will be a lot of decommissioning happening regardless whether we have something to substitute it with or not. So possibly 2033, 38, these are the years when we'll be left without any other option. We have this gap. We have disproportions in financing and generation in this transition. When you look at the yellow and the red part of the columns in the graph, you can see the changes in nuclear power generation and photovoltaics in from 2025 to 2040. So the yellow part, these are renewables, mainly PV, and NPPs are represented by this red square. You see that the NPP part is growing because we are counting on finishing the NPPs in Dukovany and other units. And as far as the consumption side is concerned, I will show it on the next slide. Here you can see the capacities against the production. It's 4:1 ratio. We see the pricing, which is disproportionate to the cost of production. So the ratio between the pricing and generation costs is 4:1. And the proportion when we have NPP up and running, it will reverse. So it means that the PV are for 1,000 megawatt hours, whereas nuclear power is generated on an ongoing basis. We're trying to have a balanced energy supply throughout the all year long. Very often you see that we have a huge increase in production capacities, but it's still not enough to secure the power consumption after coal decommissioning. Here you can see how the national plan for renewables will affect the tendencies in the national climate program. We know that it makes sense to invest in PVs, but the economic viability is various. You can see that the saturation will happen in 2030 because for once we don't have the unlimited access to roofs, to other areas where we can actually install PVs. We have to remember about the atmosphere, the climate here in the Czech Republic. So this is the model that takes into account the maturity and death date of these projects. You see that it's pretty soon. The renewables also are decentralized, so they require massive investment into the grid. In the past periods, we developed our grid in light of nuclear power generation in Dukovany, in Temelín. So these are set parameters of the grid, but once we move towards renewables, we will have to actually change the grid to build new connections. And it's a two-way street. Not only the grid will be shifting from the power plants towards the consumers, but also the other way around, because the consumers will become prosumers, and there will be some overlaps, and we have to decide how to prepare the grid for the two-way flow of energy so that we don't experience too many traffic jams. This involves 100 million of investments. EU Commission says that they will support only renewables, but we believe that also other generation or power generation modalities require funding from the EU. I think I should speak even faster so that I make it on time. So let's move on to the next slide. Here you see the other side of the coin. Decarbonization is not only about power generation, it's also about changes in consumption. If we want to be carbon neutral, we have to get rid of fossil technologies.
So you can see that this is not just trend in the Czech Republic. The consumption actually can go up to double the amount. You probably know the term Energiewende. Do you know what they said 10 years ago that the consumption would be in Germany? From 500 to 300 now, the new government, a new analysis says, no, it's going to go the other way around. It's going to go up. So it'll be 700. And the target consumption level has doubled in 10 years. So the magical number is easy to remember. What is the cause of this? The blue section of that graph shows what would actually be the consumption rate development if we didn't do any replacement with fossil fuels, etc. So this would be investment into non-optimized economy, shall we say. I need to say that, of course, yes, these developments do have their impact and consequences into the industry, but you need to optimize it. I sometimes give my students this example. What's the purpose of actually upgrading a steam engine manufacturing site? And above that blue section of that graph, you can see the segments that actually take over the burden of decarbonization. So logically, mobility, transport, we suppose up to 70% of the mobility. That's 6 million cars. If you think about 15 to 20,000 mileage, so it's about 2 megawatt hours with the regular annual consumption, shall we say. So you can easily do the math. Then if it's other sources, then hydrogen, yes, you need to produce hydrogen in order to be able to use it. So there are also lots of issues there. Then the heat power plants will be converted to gas power plants, but for how long can we go on? We suppose that the heat pumps will go up in terms of cost, but of course it's a purely electric power. Then batteries, all storage, energy communities, that kind of thing also means that even though the electricity is made somewhere, it will be consumed. And it's another trend, a growing trend. And then, of course, this has some consequences for the transmission grid. If you have the overflows, then you obviously need to work with that. So the consumption will go up and it will essentially double. So if it's a source that is low emission and really is in line with the decarbonization logic, then obviously there's no other solution to the equation. So this is the traditional model of consumption. Let's move on. As I said, we are technical people, okay? We are people who understand electricity. So before we do submit something for analysis, we really do our math first. And we can think whatever we want about the macro economic models, but there is some logic behind the madness. And we know the GDP related to that and what the economy will be in terms of it being either an installation site, a cheap labor site for other countries, or a developed economy. That also has an impact on the consumption levels, etc., etc. We can run this through our modeling analytical tools, and we see that, okay, we are building a house and we don't have the foundations, or we do have the foundations, but we don't have the roof. But if you look at the consumption that we'll be able to replace with electricity, phasing out the fossil fuels, we also have a final analysis, of course. The growth of nuclear energy is a given. We can look at the individual components gradually being phased out, like coal, gas, etc., etc. So all of this is based on the assumption that electricity will be consumption. This is a CPR model, and it's used as a simulation for NECPO. I will be also talking about gas and hydrogen especially. Hydrogen, the issue with hydrogen is that you need to generate it, you need to manufacture it. Essentially, you can use the electrolytical mechanism, and a big part of the German energy concept is that they will need to use about 20 giga, I think, electrolytical plants, and they are using a lot of that energy from the Baltic Sea, from the wind parks there. So these are huge numbers. What does this mean for us? What's the key takeaway? Difficult to say, but it's based on the logic that German industry's demand is key, and if there is any overflow, any residual capacity left, then it'll probably be going into hydrogen. That's what happens if it's 45 per unit on the exchange, energy exchange. If the price is at this or that level, then it still makes sense to convert energy to hydrogen. And we showed several routes here. There are several corridors, A and B, and then the F corridor, it could be the northerly direction, or perhaps the one from the east, obviously has its risks. So we are going to have to connect up to the European system, but we can't really cover the need for hydrogen from these sources only. Let's move on to the next slide. We used to be a full exporter in the exclusive Blue Club, having decommissioned our capacities, we've joined the other club of the importers, net importers. And the price spread between Germany and Czech Republic was essentially equal. Now, 2 years ago, it started to be negative towards the Czech Republic, 2 or 3 euros, now 10 euros, and it's going to be 25 to 30 euros to the disadvantage of the Czech Republic. So that's the price on the Leipzig exchange, and we'll be paying essentially 25 or 30 euros more in the Czech Republic. This map demonstrates that it is really a myth when people say there's a whole lot of energy anywhere around. The only issue is just to transfer it to the right place. So this is not the case. And the last 2 slides provide my attempt at a summary of what I've said so far. The potential of nuclear energy is there. We can see it. The issue is on the financial side of things, how to fund this. But generally, technically speaking, building new nuclear capacities does make sense. Resilience, security, and being self-resourceful, that's something that we really need to put into these analyses. Sorry to be so long with my presentation, and I'm here for your questions.
Thank you, Engineer Winkler. If you'll allow, we leave the questions for after all the interventions in this block. Now I would ask Mr. Závodský, who is the CEO of EDU2, to take the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely happy to be here back after 1 year. I'm not sure which edition it is for me, but I couldn't count this long back. Let me continue the thread already initiated by my predecessors. We do have to invest in nuclear power. We know that. We have two pictures here. You probably recognize both these pictures. In 2009, we opened the tender for Temelín. We knew that we had to decommission power plants, not only because of decarbonization, but also because we were simply running out of coal. At the same time, in the Arab Emirates, United Arab Emirates, a decision was made to build the first NPP in the Arab world. They are already ready. They have 3 units running, 1 more left for commissioning, and all we're left with is the animation that we are still using in our presentations. Why? Because our government decided not to fund the expansion of Temelín, that the pricing for new units is too high. These were the so-called economic experts who said that because the money was expensive at the time when we had the 13% interest rates, and we would have 75 euro per 1 megawatt hour of power generated in Temelín. The investment was estimated at 10 billion euro. Everybody said that it was too high a price, that nobody would fund it, etc., etc. Now we know how much the government is spending today to make up for the skyrocketing energy prices. But we think that if they invested the money into the power generation, nuclear power generation, it might have made more sense. And we not only have to now invest and develop NPPs, but also other sources, power sources, because we'll have peaks that will have to be covered by different sources. We need to have a clear direction, and we have to start building. And of course, somebody might say that we'll have NPPs, and somebody will say these are too expensive, but we're already late. So if we start building today, we will commission it in 2036, and it's way too late. Agreed, but why are we late? It's because we actually stopped expanding Temelín NPP. If we had not, we could have been ready with it and invest the money into Skoda manufacturing or other plants. Now I'm looking at Tomáš, and I think that now the result will be positive. I think that we cannot make the same mistake again. And so I'm very hopeful that this time we will finish what we started. When you look at this graph, the yellow part, in 2015, if we don't do anything, we will be left only with Temelín and hydropower plants. But also you see that we will have doubled consumption, which will be sufficient for 4 large units to be open, to be commissioned in NPPs. But we can also we will have to also include here gas power plants, wind power plants, wind farms, and solar PVs. However, NPPs are the most viable here because they're easily controlled. They can run all year long for 100% capacity as opposed to renewables. These units that we have are easily controllable, interchangeable. They can, between decommissioning of individual units, if you have enough fuel, they can go to half the capacity within 1 hour. So this is something that you cannot achieve with other power plants. However, we need to sell and generate power in order to pay for the expansion of the existing units. What changed since last time I was here? We received initial bids. We're in the middle of the tender, and this is something I cannot disclose really. So just to give you an idea, after a discussion between the state and the developer, our suppliers received in 2021 the term sheets for the bids. We received last year in fall, in autumn, initial bids. We went through them quickly. I'm looking at our Korean friends here, and we invited potential suppliers to separate meetings, and it's all up and running, ongoing. I believe it's all on the right track. Sometimes I hear some criticism that we are too slow, but we have to follow the law here. However, we apply an exclusion that is provided in the Act when the state can actually intervene in the tender proceedings because of its strategic character. We are all following the letter of law, however, here. In 2 weeks, we are looking forward to receive updated initial bids from our suppliers, potential suppliers. Then we will assess them, and earlier next year we will present our assessment to state authorities. We will prepare it according to the law. We have to prepare all the potential contracts by the end of next year so that they can be signed end of 2024, so that we can commission the NPP in 2026, and we don't want the NPP to become another election issue abused by our politicians in 2025. So we are under time pressure. We want to keep this train going, and we don't want to miss any of the deadlines. The tender that we are in the middle of is very well monitored by our potential suppliers, but now we are in the middle also of the land use proceedings for the Dukovany unit in cooperation with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. They are trying to update some regulations so that we can receive on time the decision of the land use from the relevant authorities. I think we're on the right track here as well. As far as the industry and businesses are concerned, we have signed a number of contracts already where we'll be using we have a RESH for preparing the project documentation because they are very well familiar with the environment here in the Czech Republic. We want them to prepare the documentation for the development, for the construction permit. It's a Czech company which is very familiar with the conditions in the Czech Republic, and our suppliers know that the documentation for the construction permit has to be in Czech, has to be according to the Czech requirements and conditions. So this is why we decided to use the Czech supplier for the preparation of documentation. Another issue here is also that we have to prepare the geotechnical model of a number of studies, pre-development studies. It's a very complex issue, but I have to say that our cooperation with state authorities, with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce is very dynamic and very satisfactory. So I think that it's very helpful also in light of planned projects regarding small modular reactors. We are finding a way to cooperate, communicate. Here it's very difficult to find renewables because we don't have the sea, so we have to concentrate on SMRs.
Next slide up. It's something that's been mentioned already several times today. And thank you again, thanks to the University of West Bohemia for organizing this conference. It's great to see students and giving them opportunities. I'll give you a very short brief about this. We did our analysis about employee requirements, if it's 4 blocks and modular reactors also. It's 4,000 employees that we will need directly. It seems a lot, but if you think about the current number, 3,500 employees that are currently employed and in the nuclear power generation in the Czech Republic, it's quite in relation to that. And Tomáš also mentioned over 10,000 new employees, new professionals, and they need to actually grow and be educated and get their training. Some of them might be at the primary school level at the moment. Some of them have already joined this conference. I generally have a very good experience with graduates because they are highly motivated and they do want to work in the field. And the University of West Bohemia is one of the sources, if I may use that word, of human power. And on a lighter note, 155 employees are at the EDU2, the Dukovany Nuclear Power Plant 2, and 95% of them have a university or college degree. 26% of women. This is a picture from America. If you click on it, one more, okay. It's one and the same lady. She's Miss America. So America has this great person who studied nuclear engineering and did podcasts, and on top of that, she's Miss America. So if you want to explain what nuclear engineering is about, and you have this great apostle, this great-looking professional, that's wonderful, and that obviously does talk to the young people. It's very different if I do it. And in closing, I'd like to mention what is important in terms of supporting the public opinion, swaying the public opinion in favor of nuclear power. And we try to influence the public opinion, the general public opinion, I should say, through universities and various support projects. And it's very important, and I'm looking very directly to a representative of the ministry. It's about politicians. You know, when we started with the tender for the nuclear power plant at Temelín, it was 71% or 68% support. Then it went down because the government said, no, we're not going to support nuclear power plants. Then I believe it's 70 or 71% as the Dukovany nuclear power plant is being planned. So I hope to grow even further. We're still within the realm of statistical error there, with 70 or 71, doesn't matter. But I'll be really grateful if I have the opportunity to get young students so that we can train them, we can pass on the knowledge and experience. And talking about experience, that's my last point really today. No longer do we have the experts who build those factories and build those units, etc. That's the usual complaint. No, we are still learning from you who are at this conference, and we are passing on the knowledge and expertise. We are 50 plus today, but we started off at Temelín, and we can still, I hope, live long enough to pass on the knowledge and experience to the next generation for modular reactors as well. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much. Thanks to Director Závodský. He's one of the regulars at the conference. I believe, just as he mentioned, when the tender for the Temelín nuclear power plant was called off. We at the university could see a drop in the amount of applicants who wanted to study nuclear engineering. Hopefully, these days are long gone, and we will only see a better future. So that was the perspective of the ministry, the perspective of an advisory company, then chairs, and now I'd like to hand over to the directors of two Pilsen-based companies that essentially are the end users, if I may use the word, of our students and of our graduates. But not just them. They also represent the companies that really built the nuclear power plants that are being operated and hopefully will be also supplying the technology for the ones to be built. So over to Mr. Procházka from Doosan Škoda Power, and Mr. Koček will speak later on. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your introduction and for your invitation. Very briefly about our company. We are one of the global suppliers of steam turbines, but not just that. We also do large-scale projects in which the steam turbine supply is only, let's say, a component that amounts to some 15%. So we've extended our portfolio quite significantly. Our tradition dates back to over 100 years, so steam turbines, that's our forte, and over 20%, less than 20% of the products we've made so far have been made for nuclear power plants. I prepared a presentation which would actually reiterate something that has already been mentioned by the gentleman who spoke before me, but I will try to talk about the tenders for in the Czech Republic and elsewhere. We've been talking about the need for nuclear power plants, for nuclear installations in order to increase decarbonization. By the way, the emissions of CO2 have gone up by 45%, not just obviously from the energy sector, also from the other sources, but it's a huge number. And it's just to illustrate that there is a need truly to do something about it, and quickly. The two fastest, the fast track routes to decarbonization would be building new nuclear power installations and obviously renewables. On the left-hand side of this page or this graph, you can see the generation scenario for the energy mix essentially for the power generation, and what the impact will be on the installed power. Obviously, installed power requirement is much higher when it comes to solar power, much higher than in comparison with other sources. Would you please put the next slide up? If we look at the main route towards reducing CO2, some countries say, okay, it's the renewables, some other countries say it's the nuclear power plant. I will give you the example of France and Germany, respectively. The darker the color on that graph, the bigger the production using that particular source. So France obviously is the leader of nuclear power generation in Europe. Germany obviously is the country for renewables, and France obviously, coming to renewables, would be around 30%. That's a lower level. But when it comes to the next slide, when you look at the next slide, you can see the overall carbon footprint of this or that country. France overall, when it comes to carbon footprint, is greener because it can make more emission-free energy than Germany. And I can also provide a list of the biggest polluters of CO2 in Europe. And the top 10 would only feature Polish and German coal power plants. That leads us to the question, which way to go? Or perhaps if renewables or nuclear are not the answer on their own, there could be perhaps a combination. We can see also a shift in perception. Petra showed you 72% as the actual number of public support of nuclear energy currently in the Czech Republic. And we believe that the dislike, the general dislike of nuclear power will have been replaced and erased indeed by the sheer need for energy generation. If we look at the electricity generation in the Czech Republic, coal power plants represent about 40% of generation, but close to 90% of CO2 generation. Conversely, nuclear power plants, 37% of generation, but less than 1% of CO2 generation. Obviously, if you talk about the whole life cycle, these figures will be different, but significantly to the benefit and in favor of nuclear. Let's take a look at the map of the nuclear installations of currently operated power plants, and this is Europe.
As you can see, Czech Republic and Slovakia are in the supporters team next to France. Here you can see the development of NPPs. As you can see, new units are mainly being constructed and developed outside Europe. When we look at it, as representatives of the industry, it's quite interesting to actually get access to these territories. We are looking for EPC suppliers. We are trying to approach technology producers from the US, from Korea or France. Here you can see a kind of a paradox. It's roughly the same day, the 16th and 15th of April, when in Finland there was a commissioning of the third unit in Olkiluoto NPP, while at the same time in Berlin there were huge demonstrations in support, in celebration of the commissioning NPPs. So you can see different approaches of the society depending, of the communities, depending on the approach of the governments in Finland and in Germany. For example, when you compare Germany, of course, if you compare Germany with the Czech Republic and Slovakia, then it's incomparable, of course, as far as the size of the industry is concerned. And of course, it makes sense to establish alliances, as we've heard. But on the other hand, we have to remember the Polish and Luxembourg complained about the NPPs and the cooperation in this area. So these are the two sides of the same coin. Here we see possible scenarios after 2020. We'll have Unit 5 in Dukovany, then 2 extra units in Temelín. In grey, you see expected power generation in nuclear PPs against renewables. If this scenario comes to life, you see that in 2050, we will have fossil fuels practically non-existent, because this is the red part of the graph. In 2035 or post 2040, we will be decommissioning 4 units in Dukovany. So we have to think about our options, how to substitute these units, be it with fossil fuels or renewables. If we are unable to commission enough wind farms, that's the third graph, then we'll see that the fossil fuels will stay with us for some time longer. Now, what can we do as the Czech industry in this scenario? I know that a lot of you here don't have to be preached about the advantages of NPPs, but from the perspective of the industry, and I'm speaking here not only for myself, but the entire Czech Power Generation Alliance, we believe that the main advantage would be, Unit 5 in Dukovany, because this would mean that we'll be able to provide 65% of the entire development using Czech providers and suppliers. And this is something that I always emphasize every time I speak to an audience. This includes both building the unit and secondary elements as well. So we believe it's a huge potential if we manage to enter also the Polish market and other markets where there are units under construction. That would be a great advantage and great plus. I think we are in the top 3 for 100 megawatts turbine producers. And I think that we can provide and supply these elements and parts to other units under development. We do have references, including Dukovany, and I think these reference projects can help us increase and expand our reach, because we want to expand our export activities. Small modular reactors or micro modular reactors. We are submitting bids in France, in America. GE, which is our parent company. Our parent company is a 10% investor in NuScale. So SMRs are a huge part of our business, starting from 500 to micro modular reactors of 1 to 6 megawatts produced by our Korean friends. Another potential that we see for our industry, these are CCPP, combined cycles of high performance. These are turbines for combined cycles of over 600 degrees. So these are critical parameters. And I think this is one of the ways how we can support the decrease of CO2 emissions. Biomass and waste treatment management. This is very much dependent on policies introduced in different countries. As far as general waste combustion is concerned, this is a big topic in the Czech Republic. We want to decrease the amount of waste that is lying on landfills. However, burning such waste is not something that can substitute fossil fuels 100%. However, it has its place in our energy mix. As far as the performance is concerned, this part is maybe minute, but I think this power storage is also one of the activities that we provide with regards to natural gas or liquefied natural gas. We are closely monitoring the development of these technologies worldwide, and we think it's something that is worth monitoring for future. The use of ORC cycles and the use of residual heat This is also something that we are looking into at the moment in the light of PVs, for example, how to connect it to the grid. Because the Czech Republic has strong industry, we believe that there is a future for these technologies here as well. As far as other opportunities are concerned, we also focus on concentrated PVs. We have huge reference projects in Chile, 110 megawatts. It's a huge solar farm, PV farm. So we are ready and open to deliver new supplies and to the new projects. Here in the Czech Republic, we provide SMRs. Hopefully you'll be successful in tenders, because this would mean we'll have further reference projects that could launch us to other European markets. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Procházka, for your interesting intervention. And now, Mr. Krček will take the floor with the final intervention of this block of our conference for this round table. And then we'll have a few minutes left, hopefully, to hold a discussion. Hopefully an interesting one. And the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me and for giving me the opportunity to close this session. I hope you are more patient than I am. When 30 years ago I had to spend 90 minutes just sitting and listening to something, I really found it difficult. I'm going to have to ask you to be patient with me for about 10 minutes. Thank you. I've participated in the past 3 years of this conference, and this is my number 4th edition. In the first 3, we talked about, is the Czech Republic interested as a country to deliver any projects in the Czech Republic, in the nuclear industry in the Czech Republic? Then we thought about, do we want Czech companies really be involved in those industry projects in the nuclear energy sector? And the next presentation was devoted to the question, do Czech companies still know how to be part of this industry? You probably know the answers to all those 3 questions. And of course, it would be a very bad outcome if all these projects could not happen, could not materialize for whatever reason. So I'm going to talk about these issues, and I want to answer this question from your perspective, perhaps, you students, whether nuclear energy is a promising industry for those of you who are picking a career. And it's something personal for me as well. I have a son who's 17 at this moment. He's going to have his final school leaving exam at secondary school next year. And he asked me one day, Dad, do you think it would be a good idea to work in the industry that you are in? That's nuclear. And I'll give you the answer at the end of my presentation. Next slide, please. For those of you who have heard of us, heard about us for the first time, I hope there are not many of you who haven't heard of us. We are a company that was established in 1956, and we've essentially been involved whenever there was something going on in the nuclear power sector. 1955, there was this great start in Czechoslovakia. Then we started off with the Jaslovské Bohunice nuclear power plant, then Dukovany, Mochovce, then Temelín, then Mochovce again. We've been involved in all of these. After 1989, the Velvet Revolution, and the fall of the communist regime, there's been a complete change, a sudden complete change. But in spite of that, my colleagues and I were able to keep this company afloat, and we established ourselves in other brands and other parts of the industry that up until then we hadn't really been involved with, such as waste management and nuclear power packaging, nuclear fuel packaging, etc., etc. And again, this is in line with the idea that we are seeing a renaissance, a revival of nuclear energy and nuclear power plants. Some companies, or some people think of us as a company that only manufactures nuclear technology. Other companies might think, or other people might think we're a company who does only engineering, but also servicing. All of these opinions are correct. All of the answers are correct. We can do the whole thing. We can do whatever part of the life cycle of a nuclear power plant, of a nuclear installation project, really. You look at, you will find a footprint from this company, from Scalar JS. Looking at what we, or I, could actually offer to you, my future colleagues, hopefully, students who will be interested in a career in this field. It's generating or building new units, new nuclear installations, small modular reactors, reconstructing and upgrading the current blocks, etc., etc. And I will go through this and show you what is it that we've been doing so far and what we also have for you in store for the future. We started off by building nuclear installations in the former Czechoslovakia. Of course, one can say that it was a dark period between the Temelin power plant commissioning and now. Not quite true, because we're involved in every single project, and Mochovce will be close to 100%, it's up to 96% currently. Companies, some people say, oh, Czech companies are no longer in the business, they don't know the stuff. Then please tell them that we are very much present at the Mochovce power plant and we are working on it. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'm not sure if I remember the number correctly. It's 36 units, I believe. Even if I were a pessimist, and if I said, okay, if only 1/2 of these are implemented, then that's still 18 units. That's quite a number after this long period of dead silence in the nuclear power sector. And it's a challenge, not just in terms of building the capacity, but also for suppliers, building the components, etc., etc. And we also need quite a handful of experts. It's dozens of thousands of experts and people with good hands and clever heads will be needed in the industry, in this country alone. And I chose this picture not to make you emotional about this wonderful sunset, or is it sunrise, I don't know, over the Mochovce nuclear power plant. I really wanted to show that there is steam over the cooling towers. And so this is a sunrise, and early in the morning you can see the steam coming out of the cooling towers. Even at the secondary school, my professors told me a picture is worth 1,000 words. And I think this is the best proof that we can provide that the industry is alive and kicking. When we're trying to answer the question, is nuclear engineering and nuclear energy sector a promising sector, we need to look at the production side of things. This is the EPR reactor And this is a brilliant piece of work, and it's something that really is tangible proof of the capabilities and skill, the great skill that the people still have. I'm not just talking about the white collars, I'm also talking about the blue collars and people who work with their hands on those wonderful machines. So this is best proof that we can deliver these great projects. Next slide, please. Building small modular reactors. SMR is an acronym that has become a buzzword, and I think it's a great topic, a big topic indeed. Certainly equally important as the huge power plant installations. This is a map of the countries and locations in the world where they are considering building small modular reactors. Even if 1/3 only materialized, that would still be a great outcome. So it is another piece in the puzzle that I'm trying to make a case for in proving that industrial engineering and industrial energy sector is a promising industry. For those of you who decide to study in this field and become part of, it doesn't really matter, part of Skoda JS, the engineering or manufacturing company, or perhaps CEZ, or perhaps a company that works in the field of research and development of materials, etc., etc. Whatever you pick, whichever you pick, there's a whole lot that needs to be done in terms of upgrading and extending the life cycle of the current, already existing and operating units. I'm talking about nuclear installations. We said that the VVER units would be about 30 years, in operation for about 30 years, and they are long past that date, and we know that they'll be in operation for 60 years, those units that you see in this chart. So even the currently operated installations offer a lot of opportunities, a lot of work will need to be done on them. And I'll show you several projects later. One of these projects that I'd like to show as an example is the exchange of separators and steam heaters. This is the biggest piece of iron that has been installed in the Temelín unit. The weight is 100 tons plus, just the cladding. The length is over 30 meters. I know that people are fond of saying it's this and that many cars. I don't know how many cars would there be in a row, but 30 meters is really, we're in Pilsen, so if you play football, 30 meters different distance on a football pitch. That's from the half line straight to the box. This is an exchange of the rails and the railing. Obviously, 30 years is a long time, and the main components of the nuclear power plant, obviously that's a different story. They need to be planned, designed and made to last for decades. But we know that the rest of the company, of the installation will have been replaced. It's just a standard part of the life cycle of a nuclear installation. We're a company that has the skill and facilities to manufacture stuff, but we also do a lot with our heads. You can find on YouTube various interesting videos where we did this kind of testing, because you need to test these containers when you really need to test and simulate how things would actually happen if you drop this or that from 15-meter height or whatever. And Some people are fond of saying that Skoda is no longer what it used to be, but that's not true. We use modern technology and we can prove it.
So it's not only about refurbishing, remodeling, but very often these units require other overhauls and maintenance activities. For example, here you can see containers for the waste fuel that we have been supplying both for Dukovany unit and Temelin unit. And of course, we don't want to restrict ourselves to the Czech market purely and exclusively. We hopefully will be successful in supplies to other countries as well. This is another significant project, which are the control unit drives for VVRs, for 440 and 1000, and for linear drives for VVER units in Slovakia, in the Czech Republic, in Bulgaria. I think it was a very successful project, and I think it is a very prospective market. And finally, we also provide various pieces of equipment and machinery that are supposed to somehow shorten the lead times of OME activities. For example, this is one of such pieces of equipment which helps maintain the different connections on the reactor. So this was a bolt tightener that we provided. Another thing that is one of our core expertise activities, it's maintenance, OMEs. So everything in OME has to happen in different intervals. Same goes for OMEs and PPs. Very often these are every 3, every 6, every 8 years when you need to review and inspect a unit and confirm and certify that these units can be operated safely. Since it is a power plant, then it's obvious to expect that there can be some failures, and we need to triple check everything. Nevertheless, anything can happen. So it's crucial to provide regular checks as part of the OME activity. Once the power plants decided to change the approach to OMEs, we entered as the primary supplier of OME at all 6 nuclear units. So we signed a contract up till 2030. There is 350 people working solely on this project in our company, and I think there is 30 more openings for this project. So if you're interested, this is the final project. Together with Pharmaton, we provided heat exchange steam generator OME, so it had to be cleaned. This is not something that you can do using your retail cleaning cloth. You have to have special equipment to do that, and I think it's one of the most successful O&M projects that we have on record. Whenever you have an inspection of fixtures, of equipment, for example, you can see here on the photograph on the picture that this is how we inspect, for example, pressurized vessels or steam generators, and then we provide certified confirmation that this is an equipment that can be used further, and we inspect units, not only here in the Czech Republic, but also in Armenia or in Hungary. Finally, what I wanted to say is that we're all engineers here, and so we rather build than destroy, but there are different stages in your life. The same goes for power plants. Some countries unfortunately decided that they don't want to have anything to do with NPPs, and they started decommissioning these power plants. And this is where we also found our niche, and we have had some successful projects. For example, here, disassembly and transportation of the unit in Soskie Bohunice, where there was a decision made that these units will not be overhauled or maintained. There was a failure of the steam generator, and we took part in the disassembly project. So this is also one of the areas of our expertise, and there is a lot of work in this area, especially to the east of our country. Finally, now let me address this part to the students among you. We decided to have an open doors event on the 6th of October. You're all very welcome there. It's for the students. You can see with your own eyes in the reactor hall, shop floor. And I know that from my own experience that if somebody who's never been in a huge factory enter this place, they're completely overwhelmed because it's a huge factory. It's a Saturday, everybody's very welcome, so you can take your friends and colleagues with you. It's definitely worth checking out. And now let me tell you how I answered to my son's question, as I promised. I said, okay, if you feel like you want to study a very complicated area, because it is a very complicated area of study, and if you want to dedicate your life to a very sophisticated and complicated area and industry, which power generation, nuclear power generation is, and also if you want to be part of this renaissance of nuclear power generation and be in the industry, which is in the top 3 of most prospective areas in the economy, join us. And this is what I'm telling you now. Don't hesitate and join us too. Thank you for this final intervention of this roundtable block. We've heard a number of interventions. The first one was about the energy power journey out of the EU crisis. We heard what the Ministry of Industry and Commerce thinks about it, what Mr. Bartak thinks about it, who looked at the European perspective, because it's not only a Czech problem, the power crisis is a pan-European problem. Mr. Winkler mentioned or tried to persuade us that the future is very challenging, not only for nuclear power, but also for other areas, and it applies to all of us. Mr. Zavodsky, on the other hand, said that we came to terms with the fact that nuclear power is here to stay. And we need students who at the moment don't even know they will have to study nuclear power. And then finally, we closed the round table with some industry perspectives. And now I open the floor to questions. Let me pass the microphone to you for translation.
Thank you. My question is, obviously, we could see, based on your arguments, that there is a need for building new nuclear installations. However, here in this region, we don't know which scenario will actually apply. There are 4 different scenarios. Just to be sure, I'll mention them. One scenario is 1 unit of the more unit of the Dukovany plus the +5 and 6, then Dukovany 3 and 4, and the last scenario is returning back to Dukovany. So it is the double unit 5-6 in Dukovany and Temelin 3 and 4. That's another scenario. So I want to ask the panelists here, particularly the representative of the Ministry of Industry and Trade and the Dukovany too, and the others, which of these scenarios would they actually recommend for the energy policy making document to be used, and which would be the reality? Dr. Eller, would you like to take the floor? Yes, you can use this mic. Don't worry, I'm here already at this mic. Thank you for that question. Not a new topic between us. I will add an economic and technical perspective, and something that we've already mentioned. Definitely the synergy, technically and economically speaking, is in the scenario, in the 2+2 scenario. I mean, double units, double blocks for both locations. We do know about the technical limitations of the Dukovany site, and it's described in the environmental impact assessment from the ministry. So, in summary, if we want to go ahead with the scenario that would see a double unit built at Dukovany, we need to make sure that we stick to the technical parameters that were prescribed for cooling and all the rest of it. That decision will be made part of the policy-making document, the energy policy strategy. There's a whole lot of analysis and discussions going on at the moment at the governmental level and also at the industrial level. But it is a political decision, and I can't comment on it. If we change the already confirmed environmental impact assessment decision, then obviously there will be a big change, big political change. And it could happen that, I don't want to use the word jeopardize, but that whole project could be not jeopardized perhaps, but slowed down by any change to the environmental impact assessment analysis. So it is being worked on. It is going to be an expert opinion, but also a political decision. And as a government official, I can't really say more about this. Thanks to Dr. Eller for his answer. Obviously, that is a topic that requires a lengthy discussion. I don't know if Mr. Závodský wants to say something about this. Is that it? All right. The next question. I'll pick who was next. Question. Okay, whichever order we take. Don't worry. You'll get a chance to talk. This is a question to Mr. Závodský. I think this year he spoke much more about the EDU2 and the human resources side of it. And also Professor Cizel talked about the training courses. And I'm saying this in response to the fact that last year we had a section that will not be here this year. And Robert Peca was here, and he said that for a full-scale simulator, you need at least a 2-year timeline of a fully prepared full-scale simulator before the actual go live date. Is the same idea in place for Dukovany? In short, yes. Indeed, we are already hiring operators so that we can then get training engineers from the operating unit, and we want to have all the engineers and all the experts in place for the primary, secondary circuits, etc., etc. So this is on the critical path, although this is not something that is really visible, that you do need to have that simulator in place well ahead of time. We could also use the route of hopefully using the simulators or perhaps using the facilities existing in America or Korea and elsewhere. But yes, we have the simulator in place already for early delivery. Thank you, that was interesting, Mr. Marek. My comment, or not question, perhaps a comment, relates to what my colleague Mr. Winkler said about the various scenarios. What is mind-boggling for me is the overall almost blind faith in windmills and solar power energy. There was a successful auction bid for 145 euros per megawatt hour, and that's a lot more, a whole lot more than what was predicted for 2025. So already at this time, these people who can fit it within the bracket, obviously, they are already offered a 20+% more, and I think we are on the way to, on the road to hell. This is a road to hell, in my opinion, due to the heavy impact of the renewable energy, renewable sources of energy. All of us are experts, are engineers. You know, the very first engineer in the world was the one who could take the flintstone and make fire with it. Or perhaps somebody who was able to make a weapon, a javelin to kill a rabbit or a mammoth, for instance. So it's not cultural anthropologists who've developed this. No, it's the guy with his bare hands who did it, who made humanity progress, and we are in their footsteps. We are engineers, and we understand the nuts and bolts of it. We are saying, okay, this is what we need to do, this is what we can't do. But the media can't understand it, and the public opinion is really swayed in their opinion. In closing, I will just remember one French nobleman. I don't remember his. Yes, we're hard pressed for time, but could you please speak up? One French nobleman, before he was beheaded, said, "It's important to shout loud in the world before you are beheaded. It's later, it's way too late." Okay, thanks. There was a comment, maybe a question. Who wants to pick up this one? Yeah, I think I do remember the name of the person who had his head beheaded and then was winking at the students to prove that the brain can actually work still. Anyway, we work on a probability count and the methodology of it. That's the CapEx analysis behind it. Yes, you gave a very good example of the price per megawatt hour, the LCOE is reflected. As regards the windmill power, wind generated power, we try to maintain it within reasonable brackets, and we think it'll be about 50 or 60%. It's a parameter. If you use 30%, obviously you'll come up with a different number at the end of the day. Other people might think, okay, it's 100%, we don't consider it realistic. So again, it is a trend, and there's a chance for us to use the money that have been allotted in this taxonomy, and there's very little we can do about it. And let's focus on what we can influence, and that's the building of new nuclear power installations.
And now for the final question, not because they are not interesting, but because we don't have enough time and there is a lot of things that is ahead of us in the program and on the agenda, and we don't want to lose any of it. So I do apologize. However, I think that we can move any questions for the gala afternoon when we'll be opening the exhibition, and then we can discuss any and every topic. Yes, thank you. To Mr. Eller, I have a question. In the light of cooperation with Poland, are there any similar activities considered by the Czech ministries that will be similar to the Polish approach? Because in Poland, nuclear issues were included in the agenda of the Ministry of Environment. So are there any ideas to go in this direction, to have cooperation also with the Ministry of Environment? I think the most difficult question will be the one regarding the transformation of the chess company, which is a state-owned company. When I look at it as a public official, there was no question of that nature raised. I think in Poland, it is an attempt to somehow balance the interests of the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Environment. However, in our case, we have a minister who has a huge and very complex agenda. And I cannot believe that it would be feasible if we actually burdened and overloaded our Minister of Environment with additional issues connected with nuclear power. But it's a theoretical and political question, really, not for me to decide. Thank you for all your questions. And there's one more comment. I saw a female colleague who wanted to ask a question, and that's the first in the past 4 years. So maybe we could make an exception here. Yes, but please keep it short because we have exceeded our time limits. Thank you. I have a question at you, really. So that's as if that's a great coincidence. This is a student program, and you said that you would recommend your son to study nuclear power. And where would you have him study? Would it be here in Pilsen, in Prague, or would it be Brno University? So which university gives you the best opportunity to succeed? This is a tough one because I graduated from Brno Technical University. I'm proud of it. Have been living in Pilsen for the past 10 years. Not sure whether you have some younger brothers or sisters, but if I had to choose between Pilsen, Brno, and Prague, I think there is this issue of him living at Mama Hotel, so he's staying with us. So probably for him it would be better to stay at home. He receives better servicing from his mom. But I also think that the Pilsen Technical University is also excellent. But I don't think that it is any difference because all three universities are excellent, but I would like him to stay at home. Yes. That was a very interesting question to close this short discussion that we've just held. Thank you for all your interventions. Thank you for listening and for your attention, and for this very short, however, extremely interesting discussion. Thank you. Before we disclose the winner of the competition for the students, the Faculty of Machinery not only educates our future engineers, but also has beehives on the roof. And this is the honey from our very own beehives that we have on the roof that I wanted to pass on as a thank you to all our panelists.
To já předám takhle. Tak. A samozřejmě mám i 2 medy pro naše průmyslové partnery.
And we also do have 2 honey jars that are for our industry partners. Here you are. This is a souvenir from our very own bees. Now I'd ask Mr. Kavalec, PhD, who will take over the moderation of the next block, and he will help me present the winners of the competition that we had for the students. Before we begin, let me say that it was a very interesting competition. We had entries from Peru, from Italy, from the Czech Republic, which was really fantastic. We are really happy to receive so many entries. And now we will present the winners, and they will receive a diploma and a prize. It is a financial prize, so they will receive it to their own bank account.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, let me announce the results of the global competition of student submissions. 3 different categories: BA, magisterial studies, and doctoral studies. In the bachelor study level, we have the following awardees. Number 3, Ondřej Novák from the University of West Bohemia. I'm not going to, I am going to read the names of the contributions. Perspective fuels for nuclear reactors. Do we have Mr. Novák here? We do. Congratulations. Thank you. Here's your diploma, and you're going to get a jar of honey too. We have plenty of it. Thank you. Second, Marek Neyman from the Czech Technical University in Prague. Leidenfrost effect and high heat flux cooling in tokamaks. He's not present, so we will send him the diploma, and we are not going to send the jar of honey. Unfortunately, can't do it. And the winner is Matěj Leško from the Czech Technical University in Prague, with his contribution on validation of prototype for viscosity measurement of molten corium. Congratulations. I'd like to give you this diploma and, of course, the jar of honey. And we also took the liberty of shooting a short video. Hello, my name is Matěj Leško and I study at the Czech Technical University. I study at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, and this poster presents the outcomes of my bachelor study. measuring viscosity of corium, and this is a viscosity rotor used for measuring the viscosity of corium. You can learn more from the poster, and I hope to see you there. Thank you. All the posters are outside this hall, out in the corridor. So those of you who are interested to learn more, you can do so over there. Let's move on. The master's category. Third came Jan Ullmann from the University of West Bohemia and in the Faculty of Electrical Engineering, and his work is entitled Fire Protection at Nuclear Power Plants. He's not with us here today. We'll do the same as in the previous case. Second came Ondřej Lachout from the Faculty of Nuclear Engineering at the Czech Technical University in Prague for his study on neutronic and thermohydraulic of lead-cooled reactor with uranium nitride fuel. Unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Lachout here, so he's not going to get his jar of honey. And the winner is Mr. Mauro Spro from Politecnico di Torino, Italy. 3D transient CFD simulation of an in-vessel loss of coolant accident in the EU demo ACL breeding blanket. Congratulations. So, dear colleague, let me hand over you this diploma. Congratulations. And just a minute. This is honey from Czech bees, from their beehives on the faculty, on the building of the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering here. This is the winning contribution.
In November, I'm going to start a PhD in energetics, always at Polytechnic, in which I'm going to work on loss of coolant accident inside fusion reactors. For my master thesis, I developed a 3D CFD model of a loss of coolant accident inside the vacuum vessel of the EU demo fusion reactor. In particular, the breeding blanket configuration taken into account is the water-cooled lithium lead, which foresees the use of pressurized water as a working fluid. The model is able to calculate local quantities, such as pressure peaks on the vessel walls, to which the failure criteria are linked. Furthermore, a comparison with the same accident from a helium-cooled blanket is also carried out, showing that the accident evolution in the water case is less violent than in the helium case. Thank you very much for your attention and for inviting me here today.
No a nakonec soutěž doktorských prací na třetím.
To close this session, we have the doctoral students. Cristiano, not about Cristiano Ciulluini. I hope my pronunciation is correct. Sapienza University of Rome. The topic was Design and Thermal Hydraulic Transient Analysis of Primary Cooling Systems for Tokamak Fusion Reactors. Yes, please give him a round of applause. But he's not present. He will, of course, receive his award and the prize. Second came Dr. Nicolo Abrate from Politecnico di Torino for his methods for safety and stability analysis of nuclear systems. I'm very pleased that Mr. Nicolo Abrate has joined us to be handed over the prize in person. Congratulations. Well done. And just a moment. And the winner in the doctoral category is Dr. Jan Herbeck, PhD, from the University of West Bohemia, Design of Experimental Methods for Investigating Corium Properties and Behavior. I can't see Mr. Herbeck, he's probably not here. So he will receive his diploma, but he's going to miss out on honey. Hello, I'm Jan Herbeck, and currently I work an experimental research team that works on experimental study of heavy incidents, and I work as a student and researcher at the University of West Bohemia. This contribution is from my dissertation paper that I've defended at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering at the University of West Bohemia. It is about the design and testing of a new measuring method of establishing the viscosity of corium. Corium is something that happens when the incident or accident happens in the nuclear reactor. And it's a combined method, and experimentally we combine and compare the methods and results using the literature methods and the experimental measurements. We used combined methods and zirconium oxide and other chemicals, and we came to the same or very close results to the ones that are presented in literature. Thank you very much. Thanks to Dr. Kavalec and all the persons involved in this. And in closing, I'd like to hand over one more prize. Mercedes del Pilar from Peru did make her submission, and all the submissions were analyzed by our expert panel. And the panel found it difficult to compare this particular work with the other one. So we decided, this is a special case, we decided to go for a special treatment and special prize. So the lady from the San Marcos University in Peru has been awarded the Chancellor of the University of West Bohemia Prize for her excellent work. Unfortunately, she couldn't join us.
Thank you very much. That was the final awardee of this presentation. We are very happy with the result and with the results and with the number of entries on the competition, to the competition. What will happen next today is we will open the exhibition where you can see all the works. The conference is only a 2-day event. However, the exhibition will be here for 5 weeks. So today we will open the exhibition, but also there will be a number of additional presentations and seminars for students that will begin next week and will be addressed and dedicated to secondary school students. There will be always dedicated to a very specific topic that was that is connected with a given week. Students, after the presentation, will take a test, and the best student will be in the next round, final round of the competition, and they will use a radioactive source in a laboratory for secondary school laboratories, will participate in the final round of the competition, and the winner will receive a tablet from the sponsor of the competition as a prize. This begins next week, and it will be a 5-week tournament. So now let me invite all of you to the opening of the exhibition. The exhibition is next door. It's not far away from here, but it's in a different building, so you have to move there all together. Once we open and to launch the exhibition, we can have buffet lunch there, and once our stomachs are full, please do return to this hall where we will hold the next block of interventions that will be moderated by Mr. Czechak. And now let me invite all of you to join me for the grand opening of our conference exhibition next door. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Jo, takhle. No, ale no. We can finish our discussion anytime. So, you mean you go for more units? Scenario is for one with them minimize the risks. I don't want to say this. I open the card. We expect somehow more in close contact with you or no?
Mikrofony jsem tam nabíjel.
Sorry, we just je s váma. Jo, byl jsem to, takže ty termíny, jak jsou výbory. Jo, děkuju moc. To se rád, aby jsme se měli nějaký širší diskuzi, aby to bylo opravdu ze všema. Já nevím, asi kolegovat. No, ale to... Ty ostatní to se ten bojí. Hele, tak já se dám taky, že dáme.
No.
Sice ne úplně dvě pásmu nebo no, jo, tam ještě na to vidíte, pokud no, nečím zkusím. Kdo to bude?
Ne, tady bude jenom záležet.
Já na tom nemám to
tak se musí ne, ten věc já vidím, že to ještě až
no,
jo, jenom ty sobě, to je
Project is dead.
ale nemusím, to je názeťka. Ale jestli někdo bude,
já tady asi nevím.
Já jsem a je.
Teďka ho přinesl z čepsů. Oh, yeah. Já mám otázku.
Protože já to mluvím v podstatě, no, to nedá.
Posledně moudřejší, hledáme.
Protože se kvůli tobě nebudu i tak.
Aha, tak to my chceme někdy pana Karlovského Mesura, takový vyšší plán na privatech, jako ten by možná třeba věděl, ale jo.
Teda taky něco pamatujeme. Jo, určitě, nebo jo, že souhlasíte s nahráváním. Já jsem to podpourával i na ty pamatě, ale jako to funguje, jako... No, jenom když jsme tam měli okno. Opravdu, že to tam uměli takhle svítí.
I had a seminar at the moment.
Jo, tady zase ten kapel.
Yeah. So we want to have a position for giving some service, taking some service. Yeah, some technical. Because I'm working on a project and something like that. I think maybe it can introduce somebody in this group. Yeah, okay. I will let you know. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Tady je dobrý. No, že to posílalo ten rozlišení ten druhý monitor. No, ale to představí online.
You will just still present the good. Yeah. No, he's going to hide nothing. Yes. We can look at the You can do next and back and now it is working.
It is working?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We can this
Yeah.
this is the problem.
Right. Okay, I understand. I use this.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
It's if it's good for you.
It's good.
Yes. I should yes, I maybe you can try
jako sice tady bylo práv, ale mě nepublikovat. Very
Kdyby náhodou, tak mačkají jenom tohleto tlačítko, že to je dopředu, ano, tohle je zpátky, případně tady nahoře mají a tyhle ty ať radši ani nemačkají, to je jakoby jedno vypíná prezentaci, ale ať mačkají, když tak potřebuje.
Já se omlouvám, jestli je tady pan Soukup.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I need to talk to Mr. Soukup. Is he here? Would you mind talking to me now?
Vážené dámy,
ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to have seen that so many of you have returned and we have rejoined our ranks. Welcome back, and let me start the afternoon session. The first paper that is our agenda for this session is by Dr. Aganesian from the Vienna-based Atomic Energy Agency. So you have the floor.
Hello. It is possible to work with this and this. Okay, that's fine. We can speak from here. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ashok Ganesan. I am from the International Atomic Energy Agency. In my presentation, I'm going to briefly introduce you the human resource development concepts and also some knowledge management concepts that we provide to our member states for them to have the nuclear energy program. So the idea is to give you how we support our member states in terms of human resource development and also knowledge management. It's a brief presentation. It will invoke you many questions, but then if you have them, I'm afraid we may not have that much time, but you can always write to me. My email is there at the end. I can able to provide you more answers. So let me start with this. What are the big challenges that we have in terms of human resources for the nuclear sector? So, the problem is the setting up or getting into the initial workforce, the first operators who are going to operate the new nuclear power plant, to develop them to the level of suitably qualified and experienced to operate a nuclear power plant safely and reliably. So this is a big task, as you all know that. And another one is how to sustain them, how to sustain that workforce, because nuclear power plant operation is going to be for at least 60 years, 2 generation or 3 generation of operations, how we are going to sustain that workforce. And lastly, creating an infrastructure that is going to support this human resource development, like educational institutions like this, and also the training facilities, special training facilities, including simulators and many other practical tools that are needed for developing these human resources. So the IAEA works with the milestone approach. I'm sure some of you may have heard about this milestone approach. We use this approach to help particularly the newcomer countries which are coming into new nuclear energy program, but nevertheless it can be also used by countries which are already having a nuclear program but want to develop further. It works on, looks into 19 infrastructure issues. It deals with those issues and then tells them what kind of gaps are there in those issues and how to address them. So that's how this document is structured. So out of the 19 infrastructure issues, some of the important ones are national position, how to set up the regulatory bodies or regulatory framework, legal positions, safeguards, nuclear safety, security, including the human resource development. So there are 19 elements in that. So for more information, I kindly ask you to go into this document, which is easy to fetch from the Google. The milestone approach, as I told you, it has 3 set of milestones, the milestone 1, 2, and 3. So when we say that reaching the milestone 1 for a newcomer country or a country interested in nuclear program, it takes about 1 to 3 years. And at this stage, we say that they are knowledgeable to make a decision to go for nuclear power at the end of milestone 1. And also the milestone 2, when they reach, this means the country is in a position to go for bidding to the new nuclear power plant. And milestone 3 is the construction of the nuclear power plant. So that's how the 3 milestones are set, and they are dealt by phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And each of these phases have several activities they need to accomplish in order to achieve the goal of having the nuclear energy program. Okay, so when we want to plan for the workforce for a nuclear program, so there are several players in the nuclear sector in a country that is going to be supported. So you can see here on the left side, the regulators, the technical support organizations, R&D organizations, educational institutions, and so on. And also on the right side, you have the owner operators, the nuclear facilities, and also the vendor organizations or the suppliers. On the top, you can see the two important ones we call the NEPIO, National Nuclear Energy Implementing Organization. It is a kind of a high-level government organization that coordinates all organizations in order to achieve the nuclear energy program. So we need to take care of the human resources. When we talk about the human resource development, we need to take care of the human resources needed for all these entities. So we use in IAEA the capacity building approach, how to build the capacities in the host country or in the member state in order to achieve the nuclear energy program. So the capacity building typically looks into these 4 areas: education and training, which is the foundation. We need to have enough people that can be supplied by these educational institutions for the nuclear industry. Also, the human resource development, once they are out of the educational institution, how to develop them into a suitably qualified and experienced and people who can be sustainably used in the nuclear sector. Again, knowledge management, I will briefly touch here, which is very important. We will go into that a little bit in my upcoming slides. And also knowledge networks, how to connect the people, not only the nuclear industry, but also with the other industry and other stakeholders, so that the industry is quite robust. So this is the document which describes the IAEA approach for human resource management for a new nuclear power program. So it actually talks about several aspects, including starting from workforce planning to recruitment of students to initial induction and training, and also it talks about even performance management, talent management, or succession management, and also finally employee turnover and retirement. So this is basically this talks about how to onboard a person into the nuclear industry and how to develop them and use them. And also it touches into the aspects of a little bit of knowledge management, because knowledge management and human resource development are interconnected very well. And because we use more than 2-3 generations of people in nuclear industry, it becomes important to connect knowledge management with the human resource development here. Quickly, the model of the workforce in the planning in the nuclear industry. You can see here the 2 pipelines, the education pipelines and the vocational pipelines. So you know that there are a lot of trades, skilled craftsmen, workers are used in the nuclear industry. And we usually use the vocational pipeline to recruit those kind of people, but also we need graduates for other applications. So the 2 pipelines are used here. And you can also find in the next line here, I'm sorry. Also, you can see the sources of getting these people from several options here. Since Czech is a country where you have already an established nuclear industry, so you can also plan for more options here to get the workforce for the nuclear industry. And then it talks about the initial recruitment, onboarding, and finally, we need to look into use them in both nuclear organizations and also external organizations such as contractors or technical support organizations. And one thing we need to take care here is the attrition and retirement. When we plan for the human resources, many times the experience of many member states is that they do not take into account the attrition factor very well. And at the time of going for starting the nuclear power plant, there are cases that the nuclear power plant could not be started because they do not have qualified people to operate it. Because attrition could be one good factor. Because you want to develop a nuclear operator, it takes 6-7 years minimum. So it's not so easy to produce them once you want to have them. some more considerations for the education for the nuclear sector here. One of the important statistics here is around 65 to 80% of the workforce in a nuclear power plant or in the technician cadre. It's not just the scientific or engineering graduates are not being used there. So majority of people that you're going to use in a nuclear power plant, that's going to be the craftsmen. And also, but then majority of the graduates, they will be working in organizations like regulatory bodies because their percentage used there is much higher. And the pie chart here that gives you the cross section of various disciplines that are being used in a nuclear power plant sector. And you can see the yellow one is very thin, which is the really nuclear professional, real doctorate level or highly qualified nuclear professionals are very thin to be used in the nuclear power plant per se. Okay, some considerations into the workforce life cycle here. Starting from recruitment to training to develop them into experienced people and then using their capabilities and retiring, it takes about, usually we recruit them from 20-25 years and then they retire around the age of 60. So the average life is about 30 years. So within this, but then if you look at the nuclear power plant life cycle, which is here in the other picture, organizational life cycle, starting from design to construction to operation to modifications and closing. So this is 100 plus years of minimum 100 plus years is going to be there in a life cycle of the nuclear power plant. So which means you are going to use at least 3 to 4 generation of people. So the most important thing here is that we need to make sure the knowledge of the experienced people from one generation need to be transferred to the next generation. So this is another dimension for workforce planning and human resource development in nuclear industry. So the IAEA helps also nuclear power plants with the knowledge management and how to transfer knowledge from one generation to another generation. So what we also we recommend is an integrated nuclear knowledge management approach, which means it should run through the full workforce life cycle. So you need to have programs for people who are newly joined or people who are experienced, and it should run for the full organizational life cycle as well. And you also need to be careful about the changing role of IT and electronic media, because knowledge management uses information. Information is managed in IT platforms. So these platforms change very quickly, and we need to make sure that these are properly taken care. Okay. So I think I will not spend much time on this. This is the risk management process for workforce planning, which is very important, of course. Here there are many factors tabled here that tells you what are the risks associated with workforce planning. So delays in projects or regulatory issues, or could be skill shortage or delay in onboarding or attrition. There are many factors tabled here. They could be posing risk to the workforce planning and eventually to the project for a sustainable launch. Okay, so the IAEA, what we also do for human resources, we have a modeling tool. We give this if a member state is interested in wanted to have a projection of how many human resources are needed for the nuclear power program. So we help them to use this tool. So we run this as kind of a workshop, and then in which we introduce the tool and train the people how to use this tool. It looks at all the 4 kind of organizations, manpower requirements, the nuclear energy implementing organization, which is the top level government organization, also the manpower or the workforce needed for construction, operation, and the regulatory agency. And these are some of the pictures taken from the tool. I'm sorry, you will not be able to read anything in this, but maybe here in this picture, it's a better one. You can see here the tool usually uses the inputs. You need to provide information like what kind of process areas or job functions are used in an organization, and at what intervals you need this kind of manpower, and also what is the different set of skill levels needed here. And it gives you the projection in terms of every 5 years or every year, what kind of people you will be needing. And So this tool is actually now what currently we have is an updated version which uses which has incorporated the new data that we have the new experience that gained from the US nuclear industry and also from the Hinkley Point C. So the tool that currently we use have taken this experience feedback. Okay, finally coming to some of the lessons learned or key points that I want to convey to you is having the objectives of a new nuclear energy program is it will influence the competencies to be acquired. So you need to be careful that how many units you are going to have and what type of contract you are going to have. Is it going to be a turnkey contract or is it going to be a boot type of contract, build, own, operate, and transfer? Because that's going to decide what kind of people you're going to have. And also how much is the level of industrial involvement, the local industries, how much you're going to involve. So this is going to influence the human resource needs. And the next one is you need to define the roles and responsibilities and also the functions of all the involved organizations, the stakeholder organizations, well in advance in the phase one itself, in order to have a strategic planning. Because human resource development for nuclear industry is going to take substantial time. So defining the roles, responsibilities early in the phase one is very important. And also contractual arrangements are a crucial important one because majority of the project stuff in phase three, many times, projects are normally implemented by vendor organizations. So those stuff could be coming from another organization. So you need to be clear about the contractual arrangements. And also in those kind of construction arrangements, what is needed is mostly the project skills and also the construction skills, not the real nuclear skills. Again, I want to emphasize the demand for nuclear specific skills or capacity may be very limited, like technical support organizations or regulatory bodies or companies which are dealing with specific nuclear designs, but not in the nuclear power plants, which is using very limited number of nuclear specific skills. And you need non-nuclear science and engineering degree qualifications may be preferable to nuclear in case of nuclear power plants. That's how the industry is doing in many of the cases. Finally, the IAEA support we provide this kind of publications, which I mentioned here, and also we can provide scientific visits, technical work, visits, and also training courses and expert missions, and also peer reviews. If you need some help, the IAEA comes to the member states and help them with expert missions. We bring experts from countries which have already established nuclear programs and help them to develop their human resource and knowledge management activities. Yeah. These are some information about the expert missions and HRD. I will not go into that detail for you. And finally, some online resources. You can visit these sites and get more information about these things. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting lesson. Unfortunately, we have not time for the discussion. So thank you very much once more.
Já se omlouvám, že do toho vstoupím, jenom upozorňuji.
If I could just chip in, we have just found a purse. If somebody is missing a wallet, then we have found it. Please come and collect it if it's yours.
Good afternoon. If I'm not mistaken, I'm the first woman speaking here today. So are there some in the room? Yes, that's good. I don't feel so alone. I would like to introduce myself and my organization, and I need to use this. Is that working? So my slides are coming. Okay, so I can just fill in, while they're sweating away. So I work for the International Institute of Nuclear Energy. It's a French organization. And you might have noticed that my accent's American and my last name is Japanese. So I feel like I'm a sort of a global citizen. And I've been working in the nuclear sector for many years now. See, I'm giving you a long story so they can find my presentation. My organization was created in 2011 by the French government. And our main activity is human capacity building and working with international partners on this topic. So imagine I have a slide up and there's a number of logos on the screen that you'll see shortly. In the initial creation of this institute, there were 4 ministries. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Energy Transition, the Ministry of Economy, and the Ministry of Higher Education. And then the other partners are industry or research, like the Atomic Energy Commission, the CNRS, which is the National Science Research Center. And then on the other side of associate members, and the associate members are mainly engineering schools and universities that are delivering degree programs in the nuclear sector, from vocational training all the way to doctorates and postdocs. So would it be easier if I brought my own computer? I can propose that. That's okay. 5 minutes? I have to. Okay. Let me. That's okay. I will, a few seconds, few minutes. I could start a quiz if you like. No, I won't sing. Somebody's suggesting I sing. No, that I won't do that. The reason I'm here today was to talk about the French experience currently, and as I don't have the slides in front of me, I could be going in the wrong direction, but let me try and manage this. One of the big challenges that we're all facing, be it in France or in the Czech Republic now, is attracting the young generation into our sector. And part of that a challenge from what we've seen in recent times, because just to remind you, in France, we're operating 56 reactors currently, but for a number of years, there were no specific announcements. There were a lot of maybes, and in the last year or so, things have changed dramatically. As a result of the President Macron's announcements, there was an immediate effect in terms of students being interested in the nuclear sector, because suddenly they could imagine that, yes, there would be some job prospects, that there was a future. And so without any big communication campaign, we saw nearly a double of the students coming into the programs. And I'm talking about all programs, vocational as well as master programs and so forth. So that was a very encouraging sign. But we had to do a gap analysis. So this is part of picking up on what the presentation from the IEA was just doing. You know, you're doing your human capacity building. You have to do your workforce planning. The government has to do workforce planning. The owner-operator does workforce planning. The regulator has to do workforce planning. And by putting all this together, you've got a national view of how that's going to work out. So in France, the government has done its initial work. The industry just published the results of their gap analysis recently. And so you can imagine the slide would be up here now with the results. And currently, we're now entering the action plan of based on that gap analysis. So what's been found in that gap analysis is that there are certain sectors that are difficult for us. And I'll give you a few examples, but the first one is welders. So we have a shortage in welders. It's very possible you're having this issue also in the Czech Republic. So it's not highly skilled people, but it's not a job that seems to attract people. Oh, my presentation miracle. Thank you. So remember this I told you about? So I'll skip that. Oh, I should mention that the chairman of my organization is the High Commissioner for Nuclear Energy. This sort of summarized what I was explaining, what the Institute does and sharing best practices, et cetera. I didn't mention, but we also have a certification process. So I have a committee of experts that reviews academic programs. It's a voluntary situation, but as a result, we have an I2EN label on certain of our degree programs because they've gone through that review process. Of course, I should have mentioned, so let me come to this. The relationship we have with the Czech Republic is one that goes back a number of years. We work with CNN, and we have some representatives of that organization here, of course, today. And we have an MOU that we signed with them 11 years ago now, and we're cooperating with them on a number of areas. Namely, we've been doing a summer, sometimes winter school, jointly with the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Since 2009 for Slovakia and Czech Republic joined in 2015. We alternate, so some years it's in the Czech Republic, some years it's in Slovakia. This year it was in Slovakia, and we had a course on long-term operation on some of the issues related to materials, and we had French experts come and teach at that course. And we do this with the support of our embassies in both capitals. I can already announce that next year's edition will be about SMRs and will be, of course, in the Czech Republic as it's its turn. The other thing to mention is the European Nuclear Energy Forum that was started by the Czech Republic and Slovakia. And this year I'll be speaking, and there's a panel on human capacity building. I'll be attending that early November as well. Okay, attracting students. So thank you for my slides. This helps a lot. So one of the big things that we do at I2EN with international partners is work on attracting new students to the nuclear sector. So we are organizing such an event on the 24th of October at the Institut Français in Prague, which is part of the French embassy. It's namely for students and professors, and it will be hybrid, so we can host 150 people to 200 people in Prague, but students will be able to connect online as well. And we've been sending out invitations to the rectors and professors, so we want to share this with as many students as possible. We're trying to focus with students that have not yet decided what to do in their life. So they could be doing a bachelor in engineering or other science areas and might be interested in hearing more about the nuclear sector. So at this event, we will be hearing from government officials that will explain why they are looking also to have young people join this sector, how they can contribute to national energy policy and all the challenges that are ahead. We will also have an industry roundtable, so the industry can, tell the students the job opportunities, what's out there. Of course, as I'm involved, I will also be talking about how we can work together on these different initiatives, how we would like to host students also from the Czech Republic in our international degree programs in nuclear. Sorry, before let me go on to this. So what is it to prepare the HCB roadmap? It's mainly, if I can summarize it in one sentence, is to have the right resources at the right time, at the right place. It was sort of what you were saying as well. So we are in complete agreement. There's severe consequences if you don't train in time, and there's severe consequences if you train too early. So there's a really delicate balance to do that, and we are eager to be able to help that way. So this scheme shows very well the importance of anticipating this. You have here the different stakeholders involved, but basically there's a really strong push about anticipation of HRD. And this is a very important message I want to deliver today. So from the French sector, we have over 3,000 companies in our supply chain. We currently have 220,000 employees, so it's direct and indirect jobs. 53% of our activities of the industry are for export, and we really share a same challenge, which is the new build. So let me give you some data. It was mentioned as I was filling in at the beginning. The gap analysis is called MATCH program. And what it was is we surveyed 20 different sectors that represented about 80 trades. And what we wanted to do is get an idea of the needs that we would have over the next 10 years. And this is based, of course, on the government announcements of the ambitions. So as you know, there's a bit of a window because we're talking about, the sort of conservative estimate and then perhaps more. So we have to look at that. So the result of this gap analysis was to say that by 2030, we would have to have an increase about 25% of our workforce, which means 155,000 new jobs. This is between 6,000 and 10,000 recruitments per year. And this is huge, very challenging. Part of it, half of it is replacing people that are retiring or turnover, as it was mentioned before, and 50% would be new recruits. So let me explain a little bit about our national action plan. So we created a structure called Université des métiers du nucléaire. So the thing is, though, it's not a university, so it's a name that is a bit confusing from my perspective. But it was created to put this action plan together and work at the national, regional level as well with the different schools. And they have put together a 7-lever system. So one of the main goals was to make the nuclear sector more attractive. So maybe if I can show it, the scheme, might be easier to understand. So there's a sequence to this, but make the sector more attractive. And that is with the idea of bringing more students, and there are a number of ways of doing that. But part of it is, and this is what I was telling about these seminars that we're doing, is getting people more involved. So it's not just the human resources in the companies and so forth, the laboratories that have to deploy these recruitment fairs and so forth. Of course, those are needed and so forth. But in a recent workshop that I did at the Young Generation Nuclear Forum in Krakow, actually last May, we had a workshop about getting people involved, and everybody in this room should feel a sense of empowerment, that it's a responsibility. And part of it is really sharing a passion about one's job. And during lunch, I was speaking to 2 students, and they authorized me to mention them, so I will. One from Ghana and one from Ukraine. And my question was to them, how did you get into nuclear? And there's many stories as there are people in this room. So I'll start with my story. I just happened to be working in a company that was doing nuclear. I had no idea of that before. But my director ended up being the best manager I had in my entire career, even today. And he had a passion. He had a passion about nuclear, and he shared it. And that's how I thought, this could be interesting. And that's how I got involved personally. So in another case, so the 2 students shared their story. And I had also one example this morning where a gentleman sitting on this side, he knows who he is. He was more like 11 or 12, if I'm not mistaken, and interested in physics at a very young age. And so that's how, his path led to that. In the case of the student from Ghana, it was one of the professors that was shared their enthusiasm about a topic in science and got them involved. And the student from Ukraine also had a very interesting personal story. When you tell your personal stories, then the young people are thinking, now this is interesting and this could be for me too. And it really is better than just saying, in theory, what happened. So let me get back to now my main presentation. Number two of this segment is action plan is the outreach. And it's talking about also reskilling. So we can find people in other sectors of industry that could be interested in already working, say, in topics that would be, I would say there's similarity, but they need an additional reskilling, or people that are already in degree programs, but we can add a component, nuclear component, and that makes it more effective for us. Number three was reaching out to middle schools. So this is the age bracket we were just talking about, the 12-year-olds that are, could be interested in this. And we have some very interesting examples at Hinkley Point. The UK has done many programs for the young people very effectively. And now they have young engineers that were exposed to the idea of working in the nuclear at that young age. So we have to do that more. Improve the initial training. So again, the initial training being the sort of academic training. Definitely we need to adapt our curriculum in relation to the needs that we have within the industry. Improve apprenticeship opportunities. Apprenticeships are a key part of this program. And we have to ensure that our industry and sector can host these young people. They learn by doing, and this is a very important part of what is a successful program. Number six, we're talking about the resources that are already existent so that we could share better between different sectors of industry and with continuous education and training. And then number seven is improve the training of new recruits with shadow training and mentoring. This is an important part. Okay. Now, just to remind you, so if on this scheme, you can see that we have taken into account the phases during construction and manufacturing and construction. And you can see that in the first areas, we're talking about the young people that are now 10 and 13 years old, and when they will be on the actual workforce. And there's a peak, of course, during manufacturing and construction. We know this, that, of course, a construction site requires a lot of people. And then when the plants are in operation, we have a leveling out of that employment. And this one, I'm zooming on the owner-operator's workforce for an example of 2 EPR units. And you can see that they're involved at the beginning. An operator has to be aware of how the plant is being built. It's like if you were, working in the auto industry or in the auto sector, and you need to understand how the engine of your car is built to be able to fix it better. So that's why they're involved from our perspective from the very beginning, but a small number. And as of course, the plant goes into operation, we have that happen. Okay, very quickly. Oops. So I'm sorry to say, but you have a very old version of my presentation. So there are many things missing. I noticed this. So anyway, I had slides about the Czech situation. We'll make sure that you get an updated version of the Czech situation and the needs in terms of the numbers that are there. These numbers are quite similar in many respects. But indeed, so my point is the challenges that there's a bit of similarity. So this is not my presentation. I took out many things. So apologies for that. I had a slide on how to move forward and the kinds of things. Let me conclude with those comments, please. There are a number of things that we can do together in such a fashion. One of them is hosting more students from the Czech Republic in our organization, doing joint training, invite also professors to France to come and talk to their counterparts in France. We could also work together. I've been doing this in other countries on putting the nuclear centers of excellence. This is something I really see a partnership between I2Yen, the equivalent in CNN, for instance, some of the universities and industry. So anyway, there are many kinds of opportunities I would like to showcase to move forward. Thank you very much.
Fine. Thank you very much. Excuse me that there was difficulty with the slides. So I'm sorry there's not enough time for the discussion. We will continue the introduction of the Dr. Pilsen.
My name is Minan Jang, representative of KHNP. So I firstly present introduction of KHNP 2 years before. Now I have many friends and colleagues here, so it's very honor to participate this conference again. So this year we will not make the same presentations. How many units we operate, how many units we construct. Instead, we would like to introduce human resource development program in Korea. So the professor, Mr. Kang, teaching students in the King's Korea International Nuclear University. So please enjoy his presentations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for Chairman and for Professor Ang and give the chance. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is my institute, and the University of West Bohemia is very, very beautiful. We have a new building, looks like very modern building here. But you have no sea. No sea. If you go see here, if you find the sea, a very beautiful sea. Whenever you're coming, you can free of charge, you will enjoy sea, so-called Pacific Sea. Yeah. You like small lake? Yeah, small lake. Yeah, small lake. Okay, this is my institute. Today I will introduce for human resource development and international collaboration. Basically, this area I will focus. And then in Korea, we have 16 nuclear engineering department in university, 16. I think enough for nuclear engineering department to teaching students. Why do you need very special things? Why do you need? Number one is we will make more knowledgeable, intelligent owner-operator for newcomer country. Regardless, they buy Korean product or not, nuclear is a global issue. Therefore, we want to provide a more intelligent, knowledgeable aspect to newcomer country. Second one is from domestic nuclear industry peoples. We have one step jumping for their knowledge. Therefore, we will introduce the 2012. It introduced, looks like a very new. This one is we have a very small special institute, and we have a 44 staff, 180 students, just 180. And the professor is a 26 professor. Therefore, one professor, many teaching 6 students. Many. I don't know, University of Bohemia, one professor, how many students you are managing? How many students? Many. But in our case, only 6 or 7 we are teaching, we are managing. This is very special things. Also, in our institute, all students, they have scholarships. Our institute is very expensive. Per year, we'll ask $60,000 US, $60,000 US per year, tuition and lodging and the boarding fee. We ask them. But it's always a scholarship from our funding agent. And we can provide a pure, each one have a separate room for 15 or 20 square meter for dormitory. This King's is accredited by Minister of Education. Normally, University of Bohemia, you have accredited by your government and the Department of Education. But in our case, we have two ways. One is public, one is private. Public coming from Minister of Education, private coming from Minister of Trade, Industry and Economic in Korea. And then funding, I mentioned we need for one person, $60,000. Who provide the funding? Who provide funding? We have nuclear groups basically for KEPCO, KHNP, and then KPS, KNF, all nuclear group. They can provide this amount of money, and then we can support for students. If you see here, this is a fully different subject. Your course. Your course is like reactor engineering, kinetics, or fluid mechanics. Like this is normal university curriculums. But in our case, we have two departments. One department is a nuclear power plant department. Another department is for energy planning and economics department. Two departments. Their task is, you can see here, first one is design construction, operation safety, and then decommissioning and waste management, and the deployment and the global business. This is comparing from your teaching subject, fully different. Another part is for energy policy management, net zero energy business. We have two departments. We have five research centers. You can find the research center here, global nuclear business spot, and SMR, and the spent fuel, global energy market, and the nuclear non-proliferation policy and the research center. This is our subject. Newcomer country, they import a nuclear power plant. What they need? They have the conventions, nuclear convention, non-proliferation, and the global business. And this one we will teaching for them. In 2023, we have asked to IAEA to review our nuclear technology programs, so-called INMA program, International Nuclear Management Academy. We passed. We will get for in the September, like for University of West Bohemia. I heard West Bohemia, you also received for this time for INMA groups. How many students still at graduation? Since 2012 now, we have for 32 countries, 241 foreign students and 261 domestic students. They have almost 50 and 50 coming foreigner, 50 coming from domestic. 50 means for 32 countries. If you find many African countries and East European countries, including from Czech, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and then some Pacific Asia, Malaysia, all countries, and then Latin America, Mexico, and Argentina, Brazil, these areas. We have 32 countries. Even they have some kind of experience, they are coming to my institute. They learn the management skill, not real technical issues. We want the teaching because they will become a leader of the nuclear industry in their country. We are teaching them. This is for our current status. And then how can we collaboration with the international and the organizations? I will say here. This one is for, we have some partnerships with many universities. Even in West Bohemia, we have 2 MOU already done. And then we have 7 Czech and Korea forums. And we short-term student invitations and the nuclear young summer program, 2 weeks course. And the V4, Bachelor V4, Czech, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia. Bachelor student coming mentoring programs, and post bachelor ROK president forums on the nuclear HRD program in the Seoul this year, July. Also, we send our people 2 weeks course to USA and Europe, Germany. Yeah, this one is for first 7th of Czech-Korean forums, and we discussed for academic collaboration and the practical nuclear HRD between Czech and Korea. This one is for short term, so 2 weeks course. We invite from students. They are coming and they have a 2 weeks course, and then they want to study and then some technical issues. Also, they would enjoying from culture, and also going to some street. They enjoy street food. This one is from we have a young summer programs, 2 weeks course also, and this time we have 20 to 23 people coming from 4 countries like Hungary, Poland, Czechoslovakia, even USA. You can find some beautiful map here. They enjoy for DMZ and demilitarized zones. Demilitarized zone, and they enjoy some kind of food. They discussed for simulate issues. They have a networking and then all real issue. Also, we have invited for mentoring programs, because we did not only for lecturing, we have a mentoring program. We invite from KHNP utility, just retired or high-level manager. They are coming. They have a mentoring programs. This is a different one. In your case, for normal case university, they have one professor teaching student. This is one way. They can teaching professor, their student. This is this one. In our case, a different philosophy like this one. One professor and then two students. We have mentors. We have invited mentor. During the lecture, they have questions and they have need more information. We will ask to mentor provide information here. Mentor information here. Therefore, they have a more deep discussion and here. Next one is for I invite for Manager Zhang. He will introduce for in the real experience how KHNP they trained for UAE peoples. As you know, UAE is for just 2009 this assigned contract, and then they started construction 2012, just 2 years, and very short time construction. Therefore, no time to human resource management, and then we can introduce for human resource management. Before that, I will say if student want. Going to in Korea, you can go to through the IAEA, through your embassy, and through the for Manager Zhang, and then you can apply to your applications. After review, we will accept your coming from my institute. Okay, this one is from.
So even this conference is for the academic one. I hope some of them you are interested also what kinds of training program KHNP will provide for the developing operator for Dukovany. So training requirement for Dukovany 5 in the tender is that the contractor have provide training program shall enable such personnel to satisfy the SQEP, suitable, qualified, and experienced personnel. So the training course should be based on the systemic approach and shall consist of theoretically and as well as practical part. Also, we have to provide the full scope simulator training in Czech language. So this today, I just want to say introduce about the systemic approach for training. This is the very practical training program for nuclear power plant operator training. So the systematic SAT, including 5 main pages. So analysis, design and development, implement, evaluation phase. So I cannot explain by one, but instead I want to introduce how KHNP provide a training service to UAE. So firstly, the analyzing. The UAE is the first country to adopt a nuclear program. So we have to consider all the program for the initial training. So we have to find how many job positions we have to train, how many people, what target to set up the training. So the analysis of training first. Then we have to prepare the learning object. So for each job position. So based on the design the learning object. The result of this page is job qualification card. This job qualification card, including the target of the training and the positions and what knowledge he has obtained. So based on JQC type qualification card, we developed the training materials, textbooks, lesson plan, and all the slide for the lecture. So based on all these preparations, we conduct the actual trainings. For the example, we have the main three training course for the main control room operator, local operators, and the engineer. Because we have to prepare the training program for the first nuclear program adaptations country. So for the main control room operator, it takes 102 weeks, almost 2 years, because especially this operator should be passed the license by regulator. So training course is for the nuclear theory, nuclear systems, integrated systems, also simulator training. In between that the subject, we have to giving them the OJT, on-the-job training, sending them to Korea, having experience actually working at the nuclear power plant. So the fifth phase of the SAT, after each step of the training, we have to evaluate the activities from student side, also from the instructor side. The assessment will be feedback on the next training. So through this systematic approach training provided to UAE, we have successfully fulfilled the owner's need. So we have success to obtain the operator license of the first batch of the operator in 2019. So that is very great helpful to get operator license in time in UAE. Not even for UAE, our own purpose domestic only purpose SAT changed to upgrade through the UAE project global standard SAT program, which is also reviewed by IAEA, considered them by we met the global standard. Well, thank you.
So, thank you very much. But during program, there will be enough time to ask Frank Coley and please the next lesson. Patrick Soukup.
Dobrý den. Dobrý den. Jasně.
Good afternoon. This is my premiere here, my debut. I am Patrick Soukup. I work for Dukovany NPP at EDU2, and I have a presentation intervention about developing human resources for NPPs. It's a very difficult challenge because we have a limited time, limited resources. We are not sure what kind of positions will need to be filled, so we have different scenarios that we're trying to cover. So my first slide is about identifying required positions to be filled. At CHES, we have extensive experience as far as operating NPPs. This is something we know how to do. We know what requirements there are as far as HR at NPPs are concerned. So we know how to satisfy all the human resources needs. However, we are preparing a new power plant. So this is something that we have never experienced before. And this was one of the terms on the term sheet for the tender for the suppliers of the new power plant, so that the supplier also comes up with the necessary required training structure, personal structure, so that the NPP operates smoothly. We are open to consultation with the suppliers. However, according to the law, this is our responsibility that such power plant operates smoothly. So eventually this will be up to us. We will be the ones responsible for recruiting new people, which will be roughly hundreds of new people. Our group has a very extensive cooperation with secondary schools and universities. Currently, we are trying to attract new generations to join the nuclear transformation. We have various programs for secondary school students, for university students. We have scholarship programs. Basically, we are offering money to students in secondary schools and universities. They can come and see the power plant, see what's behind the scenes. And I think it's a great opportunity for all the students who can thus join the train. We're trying to be a well-prepared investor. We have a few HR scenarios in place in order to ensure that we have enough people to run the NPP. So these are all selected professionals from unit control departments. These are people who are difficult to train on time, in time. So this is something that we have to plan for very carefully. I talked about selected employees, and I will show you what is the path of somebody who wants to work on the secondary circuit, but wants to have a very successful career at the NPP up to the level of a licensed engineer. So we have a newcomer and we diagnose them. There are psychologists involved and trying to check how this person operates, whether they're able to focus or work under pressure. For example, when you have a control station with all the lights red, do they panic or do they know how to go about it? So this is a very, very tough selection. And then these people who succeed move to Brno when they spend 18 months training, which is a basic preparatory course for operators, including various tests. You work on a simulator, you learn to control the simulator, and then you have to go through a number of tests, including a test in front of a national state authority, so that you're a certified operator. And also you need to have a certificate from a nuclear power plant, which is granted after a series of tests. And this is a 2-year program before you're actually allowed to work in a nuclear power plant.
You will have to spend 1 year on the primary circuit side, then another year on the secondary circuit side, with lots of retraining and requalifications. And if you're still on the program and on track for your certification, sorry, I forgot one thing. You need to spend 1 year on the primary, second on the secondary circuit. Then you need to spend 2 more years as the head of operations, then the shift manager or safety or security manager. It's a long journey, and therefore if 1 or 2 people decide to simply drop out, then obviously this is very bad for us in terms of managing the human resources at the power plant. It can have an impact on the operations. As regards the rest, I mean, the training of other personnel, that is actually not that described. I mean, that is described, but it's not regulated by the national regulator. But this certification authorization to train licensed personnel, that means that we have the people who can train, people with the knowledge and skills required. We also have need to have some training facilities. We need to have a building. We need to buildings. We need to have training facilities, just the sort of thing that we do have in Brno. We need a full scope simulator, which is a full scale replica of the control room, unit control room, where the operators train their handling processes. If we manage this well, if we handle it well, then we get the authorization for training our own licensed personnel. As regards the training facility, obviously, we want the supplier to provide the training facility in line with the time schedule for training, as well as the full scope simulator facility, so that we have a place to train. And that's one thing. And the second thing is we need to have this full scope simulator for the authorizations and official tests. And it is also good for strategic reasons to verify that whatever procedures you have in place for certain incidents and accidents really work in practice. So this is a training site for that kind of thing as well. But there's one thing that is probably not well formulated here. It's not to say that our training facility and the Brno-based training facility must not share any information. No, it's not to say that. It's just to say that the Brno-based training facility is literally bursting in seams. So we want to have our own facility with our own schedule. Training programs and documentation. That's, again, something that we hope to receive from the supplier. Again, some of the previous contributions have mentioned this. It's essentially the axis along which you'll be moving on towards training your staff. So you break this down into individual sections and subsections, and we provide this both, we want to have this provided in both Czech and English, and we want this to be in line with the systematic approach to training SAT philosophy, which is a philosophy that essentially says that you need to go through certain phases. There are 5 of them essentially. We've already touched on them. And this allows you to train your staff properly. The last bit is probably the most interesting one. It's the self-evaluating process and assessment process, and based on that you constantly optimize and improve your documents and the training procedures so that you are in line with the Czech legislation framework. The last bit, implementing the training programs. The supplier will schedule and conduct the training themselves based on the approved training documentation. Well, that's the only way to do it, essentially, because if you really want to make sure that you pass the exams and you get the authorization for from certification bodies, it's how you have to do it. Usually, training is divided into 3 periods. In the first period, you train our own instructors and selected owners personnel, suppliers responsibility, and that's the first wave. And the second wave, which would still be under the umbrella of the supplier, that's the first generation of the owner's staff that will be there at the Dukovany, and we will want our first generation engineers already trained still participate in the second, well, the first generation wave, and that's for improving and setting in stone their knowledge and skills, whatever they've achieved. And the next wave, that's the third one, that's generating or creating the next generations of the owner's personnel, and that'll be fully in our own under our own auspices. Okay, thank you. Thanks for your presentation, and wonderfully delivered and well prepared. I can see, I know that Mr. Koláček. Mr. Koláček is responsible for that Brno-based facility. Questions? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this session gives me the impression that you are really afraid of being able to get people to work in the nuclear plants if they ever get to be built in this country. I'll tell you what, in the secondary school, you are compulsory, you need to have a degree, essentially a school leaving exam from the Czech language, literature, and a foreign language. What would this be of any good to a nuclear engineer? Why not have this option of going technical? Well, some people will never excel in foreign languages and in Czech literature, and they would excel rather in technical sciences. I think once you get on board as a technician, you can still learn a foreign language, but not the other way around. If you do something about it, then I believe you could actually move on with human resources. I'm very sorry, these gentlemen don't use the microphone, we can't hear them. And our last speaker will be, if I understand, Balázs Lakatos.
Good afternoon, and I'm very happy to be here in Pilsen, which is a city famous of its beer. However, there is another liquid which is probably even more important in our life, and in the next couple of minutes I will talk about that one. And also the way we are also cooperating with this University of West Bohemia in this matter. First of all, I just really tell a couple of words about our company just to understand who we are and how we came to this picture all about Dukovany. Our company is specialized in cooling systems for power plants, especially cooling systems which are not utilizing water at all, so dry cooling systems. The founders of our company, Professor Heller and Forgo from the Technical University of the Budapest Technical University, were inventing this system in the, let's say, mid of the last century. And then this system became quite popular in the areas of the world which is dry. Right now we are part of MVM Group, which in a nutshell I can introduce you like the Hungarian ČEZ. So it's a large energy group from power to gas in different fields. Our headquarters are in Budapest, but we also have some operation in China, where we do have some manufacturing activities and from where we cover the Asia-Pacific markets. In terms of the solutions we are offering, we have our signature product is the dry cooling system Heller system. We are also involved in wet cooling, and we can make a combination of these two, so the hybrid systems. And we also have some very special applications in the nuclear environment. After the Fukushima accident, there were some very special emergency coolers implemented, and we also made some of these projects around the globe. Talking about water and the water availability, I think in this geography, this was never an issue. So when we thought about water is an issue, we thought about the people in the Middle East who are living in these really dry areas, and this was their headache. But I think after last summer, we understood that this headache is now more and more shared globally. So if you remember what happened last summer and what kind of water availability issues this industry was facing, not in the Middle East, but here in Central Europe or Western Europe, I think nobody was imagining that. Talking about France, you might remember that some of the nuclear units of the French fleet was stopped for quite a long period. But also in Germany, River Rhine was very low on water levels, and not only the coal-fired power plants, but also some of the industrial facilities which are using water were suffering big time. And is it an issue here in the Czech Republic or not? I don't know if you know which group is the biggest consumer of water in the Czech Republic. We made some investigation, and this is actually the power industry. So in the Czech Republic, more than 40% of the water consumption is coming from the power industry for the cooling demand. This is even more than the water need of the people, so the households which are connected to the grid, or even the agriculture. So if you look this industry from a water consumer point of view, actually with the current generation fleet of the Czech system, it's already the biggest. Almost half of the consumption is coming from this industry. So have this in mind when these ambitious plans with Dukovany are in mind. And the river Jihlava is, unfortunately, is not a never-ending or an unlimited water source for this regard. When we are thinking about any power plant investments or any investment, I think some of the commodities you have in mind, you always have to have in mind, and water is definitely one of the important ones. And it's not only an ecological, but also from a cost perspective, something which you have to consider in the business case of a power plant investment. And of course, there is a competition for this commodity. It's the people, the households, it's agriculture. So in every region, no matter where you want to implement a new power plant and you would like to use water, you will see some competition for the limited resources available. And time is also critical because, as I told you, probably 5 years ago, if I would have made the same presentation, nobody would have said that this is a relevant topic here. But I think right now it has a certain relevance. And if you are planning any investments in the power plant industry or the power industry, you have to extend your horizon. If it's a renewable investment, probably your time horizon is only around 10 something years. If it's a gas or coal-fired power plants, you probably extend your horizon up to 30 years. But in the nuclear environment, I think it's definitely above 60. So those tendencies which you see today, either economical, ecological, I think you really have to consider them carefully and really have this long-term perspective. With all these scenarios, we raise this question in such an investment, which cooling system to choose. And in each and every of decisions, we always have the graph which is currently on the table. On one end, you see the all dry option, and on the other end is the all wet. So historically, I think Czech Republic, whenever there was any investments for power, all wet, that was the mainstream option because water was unlimitedly available. Of course, if you were having a similar project somewhere in, I don't know, in Saudi, this is your only option because you don't have water. Now, I think the critical moment in this project is to select the right optimum in this dilemma because theoretically, full dry cooling is also available. Obviously, there is no free lunch. So cooling with air is more expensive than cooling with water and less effective. So you need a bigger equipment, you need a bigger capex. On the other side, you will save a lot on water costs. And especially if you have in mind what is the cost of non-operating a power plant because of water is not available. So during these discussions which we are running here with the different stakeholders, either the EPCs or the end user or the different state bodies, this is the picture we are drawing. And during this discussion, we see different options and different scenarios for the Dukovany project. The original idea, I think, full VAT is still on the table. Of course, this can be a decision. We have two alternative proposals where there would be an opportunity to save 50% of the water usage or 75% of the water usage. There are differences from a technical perspective. In one of the scenarios, you cannot build only one cooling tower, you will need two. In one of the scenarios, you will have only a very tiny reduction of the power output. On the other one, probably a bit more. There is no one golden super solution for each and every of this situation. I think right now a lot of activities are going on to find the real optimum for this project. This is the area where we are cooperating here with the West Bohemian University as well, and also especially in this applied research area to find this optimum together, because we from the industry have a lot of knowledge and practice how we model these solutions, but it's always good to have a kind of a scientific approach as well in the same decision. So we are actively cooperating on this with this university here. And what I would like to highlight is the figures here. So water consumption, 31 million cubic meter per year, 16 million or 8 million. So these are really large figures in terms of water saving. I will give you some benchmarks later on. What does it mean? Just to save time, the solution itself is not something which we invented 2 weeks ago, and this is a kind of a startup which is looking for a market. We have a track record for more than 50 years in some of the extreme places of the world. The nuclear project we have in our portfolio is Yakut region, Bilibino. If you Google what is the coldest place in the globe, actually this is it. So imagine minus 60 and 50 during the winter, and this cooling system is operating in this nuclear power plant since the 70s. But we also have the other extreme in some very hot areas in the Middle East. Size-wise, we are ranging from smaller units up to two times 1,000 megawatt units, mainly in China. And also we have some very special nuclear applications. As I told earlier, this post-Fukushima emergency coolers, one in Finland, Loviisa, and one in Switzerland, Vidareva, Gözgen. And just to put this water saving in a context, so this 75% or 80% water saving we are targeting is actually for 2 units. So if we are talking about Dukovany 5 and 6, this is almost equivalent of the water usage of the whole city of Prague. So roughly 1.2 million people consuming this amount of water, which can be saved with this solution. And the other benefit we are targeting is actually the available water, according to the studies, of course, right now seems to be good enough for the existing 4 units. There are already some question marks. What if an additional unit 5 is coming into the picture? Especially based on the last summer's experience, I think on a medium term, nobody would be able to say that this is a risk-free solution. But if we are thinking about unit 5 and 6 coming into operation, and the existing 4 units are also running due to the lifetime extension, the Dalashice reservoir will definitely not be enough for the long run. So our message, I think, is clear. Water availability is an issue today, and it for sure will be more difficult for the future. We have some very interesting solutions, and we are happy to see that the stakeholders here are taking this issue seriously. So with this joint efforts we are doing together with the university, we hope to convince the decision makers that this solution will be suitable for the project. Thank you very much for your attention.
I think that we have time for the one question. Was a little special.
Okay, thank you for your presentations. My name is Ki6 from Korea. I have one question special for Tukuman number 5. You have 3 recommendations: a dry and the semi-dry and the wet type in the cooling tower. And then you mentioned the wet type and then 50% to 25% dry cooling tower. And then how much the construction cost difference from wet type and then 50% hybrid and 25% hybrid dry types for construction cost in the cooling tower construction cost.
Maybe if you can go back.
Yeah, this one, yeah. You can see tables, 100% water wet types, 50% dry is hybrid, another dry wet, and 25%. How about construction cost for cooling towers?
The main difference is coming if you see the line number of towers. So you see that saving a smaller amount of water, we can still arrange it within one cooling tower. If you really want to save 75% of the water, we need to build 2 cooling towers. So the dimensions in terms of cost, I wouldn't say double, but close to that. So it's not like 30-40% difference. It's very much different case by case. So we don't have an average figure. We have to investigate for the specific heat load of the exact configuration. But actually this optimization I mentioned is just about what is the highest amount of water which we can save with still one cooling tower, with this hybrid cooling tower. And there we have a good achievement, but if you see, there is a difference in the power output. So as I told you, it's a difficult optimum to find because you might save on the capex, but you lose a bit on the power output. So if I would be Ches, if I would be the operator for this power plant for the future, I would be probably less worried about the slightly higher capex and would rather focus on the almost same amount of power output. So it's a complex optimization of cost, power output, layout, time execution. So but coming back to your questions, it's not less than double the cost.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you. As I know, in the world, the nuclear power plant, only one nuclear power plant that they use the dry cooling types. For in the Germany, in the capacity type number 2, is they used for hybrid type in the cooling tower. All others for in the wet types.
This one here in our portfolio is Russia Bilibino. This is in operation since the 70s. So this is a smaller one, but this is dry cooled, full dry cooled, not hybrid.
This one is very small, 60 megawatt, very small.
Yeah.
Mainly for in the makeup of some proton like this, not in the power generations.
It's like an SMR, I would say that.
Very small power.
Yeah.
Very small. Therefore, is like only big, large power plant. Only for Germany, in the capacity type number 2. They used for hybrid cooling tower, height only 50 meters, and all others, all world others wet type cooling towers.
Yeah, but size-wise, for example, in China, we have many references in coal, 2 times 1,000 megawatts. So in terms of the power output and the overall layout, this size range is easily manageable for this technology. We have more than not only us, but also our competitors. So I think there are more than 10 projects in this size range in operation in China for a long time.
Yeah, but this is a fossil power plant, not nuclear.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that it is part of the program and we will continue with the whole course.
Já bych rád poděkoval jednak panu profesoru.
All right, in that case, first of all, I'd like to thank Professor Čihák and, of course, all our speakers in this particular session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break of 15 minutes for coffee and a little bit of refreshment, and then we'll start with the last session of today. Before you break for coffee, I'd like to give our presenters something to take away. As the mechanical engineers, honey.
Jestli zatím taky ten vidět ten váš stát, jestli byste nemohli se podívat, jestli jako si
Můžete si vzít klidně mikrofon do ruky a stát vedle.
Ale ono to asi
My, co nejsme tak velcí, jako ti, co jsou velcí, tak my si můžeme volit.
Jo, no, tak aspoň tak. A víš, že funguje už ukazovátko, tak to je dobře. Doufám, že se s tím dá ukazovat.
Já si myslím, že už to tady
Já jsem zažil hodně sekcí. Ale jako patří pryč.
Na toto funguje, či nefunguje? Fungovalo to?
Ovládání dozadu, stará se status by mělo být ukazováno. To budu vědět vlastně, jo, dobrý. Tak jo, to je nějaký mikrofon můžu použít. Ten se tam vždycky procházel po třídě, když
jo, no.
Čím byl známý. Spíte tady jako Dudek, tak se jmenujete. Dudek. Večer budete taky, nebo jedete do Prahy?
Večer budu taky, ale jedu po večeru do Prahy. Jo, to jedu taky, takže si dám asi jedno pivo a tím
přesně.
můj přítel zdejšího moku skončí.
Taky to mám stejně, no. Jsem na ráno už něco slíbil a ještě mám teď jako...
Jo, já mám právě v neděli jedu na služební cestu na celý týden a zítra mám poslední den, že musím vydělat nějaký resty, takže...
A ještě já jsem minulý týden byl jako v Německu na konferenci, no tak prostě se mi to nahrnulo teď tolik, že...
A jak se to sešlo, jo? Že příští týden jsem celý pryč, pak tady jsem 2 dny a pak letím na dovolenou ve 14 dnů skoro.
Tak kam jedete?
Na Madeiru.
To je pěkný.
Bude to zajímavý hlavně pro holky moje, protože to bude taková první opravdu chodnicí.
Jo.
Že už to nebude válečka u moře, kterou stejně ani nemáme rádi, jo? Ani manželka.
A jak jsou starý děti?
7 a 5.
Jo, no, tak to, když jsou správně motivovaní.
Jo, tak oni... Ta mladší měla trénink v Beskydech teďka. Na Husovy svátky dala Lisou horu tam a zpátky.
Tak to je dobrá.
Sice jsem jako našel asi nejschudnější trasu, kudy se dá na Lisou jít. Takže to převýšení nebylo 900, ale nějakých 700.
Takže to sem.
Nás čeká ještě ten večer a jsme to prostě
nestíháme.
No, tak musíme
pak šup.
Takže jsem zvědavý, jak to...
Jo, tak. Chce to správnou motivaci a pak správný jako zvolit správný cíl. Si pamatuju, když jsem měl malýho bráchu, tak vždycky potřeba mít jako nějakou hospodu se smažákem a tak jako už 30 km.
Musíte motivovat. To znám, že musím vždycky takhle motivovat.
Nevím, jestli jsem slyšet sem. Tak ještě jednou...
I don't know if you can hear me, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you can. Good afternoon once again. We're not quite gathered after the break. Others are still enjoying their beer and refreshments. And we want to do it on time, so because we want to go to the Pilsen for the party. And we are slightly behind schedule, so I will hand over without further ado to our next speaker. And I'm sure our next speaker will try to keep it on time. Dr. Stanislav Lenhardt has the floor now. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our session will deal with the final part of the life cycle, that is decommissioning and the related issue of handling the waste, the nuclear waste and the nuclear waste repositories. We have a whole lot of interesting presentations ready for you. In my first kickoff presentation, I will try to see and show you what is the latest in the waste stream And we will then hear from our colleague Michaela Matalova from the Nuclear Repository Authority. And then there'll be some presentations about the pluses and minuses of individual solutions of handling waste. We'll be talking about the experience and the latest from Slovakia. So I hope this will be a refreshing overture to an inspiring evening, and so that we have something to talk about over the meals later on. This is no less important. As regards the strategies and concepts of handling nuclear waste, I believe the biggest driver and challenge is to make sure you fit within the framework of the taxonomy imposed by the European Commission. And there are certain recommendations and conditions you need to fulfill in terms of handling both operational low radioactive waste, nuclear waste, but also the conditions of the deep repositories. We will also have the outcomes of the Artemis mission, the regulatory mission by the International Atomic Energy Agency. This is to see the implementation of the national programs of handling nuclear waste, and we'll be also gearing up towards the updating of the nuclear waste management concept, which is the key policymaking document. We also have a law in place that deals with the specifics of the legal process of allocating and installing the deep repository nuclear waste repository facilities, and then we also have the an update to the civil code, which is also a related issue, of course. I looked at this legislation, which is something that every single employee of the nuclear waste repository authority needs to know by heart. Even if you wake them up in the middle of the night, they will need to quote this by heart. The category that was installed in 2016 as the low radioactive waste, which actually is something that does not have a specific type of facilities prescribed for repositories, although we were thinking at Dukovany if perhaps a separate location would help the capacity issues. So we need to take a strategic look at that, and perhaps might be some secondary facility for this that would be helpful to actually apply. And we have another category, that's the low radioactive nuclear waste from both power plants. It's cesium in both cases.
This is our biggest and the most important waste storage. There is a number of control ditches, and its capacity has been designed for all operating units and for one new. In 2022, we stored roughly 400 tons of waste. After 30 years, we sealed the first section, and there was an event that you can see here on the film. It's an event that happens once every 30 years, which shows how the portal crane has been moved. We were moving the crane. It has been an activity that we were preparing for 3/4 of a year, and the next move is planned for 2051. After we have another waste storage commissioned, and this is when we will do it again. Mid-active waste. In this category, we have Richard storage unit with half-time, more interesting, and we have radioactive iodium, chlorine, cesium. Last year was the year when we stored over 600 sets, which is a regular number of waste. We manage security, safety. We're trying to be as safe as possible. We have a special roofing over the technical building. We don't trust everything that our suppliers tell us in the technical documentation. So we are preparing extra chambers so that this storage facility can be operated for dozens of years, thanks to extra security capacities that we have. So we want to prolong the life cycle of this storage facility. Sorry. The last one that we have operational, it is Bratrství. This is the smallest one, operating since 1974, near Yachimov, with the capacity of 1,200 cubic meters. Currently, the capacity is already full. It's the only facility in the Czech Republic accepting waste with natural radionuclides. So we are now trying to stabilize the storage chambers, which are full now. We are considering the option of having some extra access chambers so that we could prolong the life cycle of this waste facility. We think and we believe that safety research will be favorable and we will be able to prolong the life cycle of this facility. We saw here a norm category of radioactive waste, something that will be a hot topic in future. We believe that this is a kind of waste that needs to be carefully stored. So these are low and mid-active types of waste. And we have also other types of activities that we are renowned for. We follow standard procedures, so nobody thinks we're a star, but we're just trying to do everything as best as we can. And now we are preparing a deep waste storage facility. Ms. Matulova will talk about it some more. This is the second stage of development of this storage facility. We should be ready between 2023, 2030, because this is the framework for preparing such facilities. We have a number of studies and research now being conducted so that we can prepare this facility so that it's operational until 2050. This is one of the promises of our government that was declared in 2030, 2040, for 2030, 2040. Of course, it depends on the number and the series of geological surveys. We have been surveying this area for the past 20 years. We have better geological model. It's in Vysočina region, so we wanted to survey what kind of geological structures are in place. Here you can see the results of the survey. These are some isolated data, and based on the harvested data, this geomodel has been prepared so that we can see which rocks and which minerals are proper and can be used to protect the radio waste in this storage facility. This geomodel is available for each of the 4 locations that we are focusing on, and it's a very detailed model that needs some further assessment using geological survey methods. The locations are quite straightforward in terms of geological structure. So these are very stable minerals. One location is near Horažďovice, one is in South Bohemia, near to the Temelín NPP. Then there is one location in Vysočina region, Horka u Velkého Meziříčí, and then one location near Líhlava. In order to choose the right location, we need to also follow the laws and regulations that are in place. The biggest exercise is to define an area that will be large enough, and the location should be located in a place which is very properly defined by the laws and regulations. And it's not only about the rocks that are or the bed or the mineral bed of the location, but the survey has to be conducted for a very wide scope of a given location. What are our tasks to come? We begin from this universal perspective. We will be analyzing satellite imaging of the area so that we can find some geological point of contact, things that are interesting for our geologists. In spring this year, we started this geological survey that's very detailed. People are just walking about with hammers and just beating up different structures, trying to map and identify different minerals in the area. We are assessing the water characteristics of both surface and groundwater in the location itself and also in the wider area, so that we can simulate in a reliable manner how the water will flow underneath the storage facility, which is one of the crucial parameters essential for the safe operation of the storage facility. So we have to be pretty certain where the water goes so that we can assure the safety of operation of such a storage facility. Apart from these critical surveys, we are also running geophysical works. What does it mean? We are transmitting impulses of a seismic or magnetic nature in a wider area that enables us to prepare a detailed map of the area and of the mineral composition of the area.
We also do drilling to measure the sites. There's a reasonably modest drilling campaign at each location so that we get the samples of the geomorphology there, so that we get our confirmation by the wells. And there'll be also some testing for underground water and geomechanical properties and also other properties. So collecting data is a great thing. That's brilliant, but we also need to synthesize the data. There's a total of 10 models that will tell us also, apart from geomorphology, also tell us about the chemistry, the chemical development, the flow of water, what are the outlooks and prospects for the future development of that location, and what the impact would be of the radioactive fuel, waste spent fuel being located there. We'll be talking about effective doses and the speed of erosion and all the rest of it. There's a whole lot that we do in this sense. So without further ado, first of all, let me thank you for your attention. Not too many people have fallen asleep, so that's good. And perhaps my colleague Michaela Matulova and myself will be happy to take your questions later. Michaela will be the third person to speak in this session, talking about the deep waste, nuclear waste repository. Thank you. And I'd like to give the floor now to Dr. Stanislav Linhart from Alvel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you can hear me, can you? First of all, let me thank you for inviting our company. I'm very happy to take part. We genuinely believe that this event is really meaningful. We can't even fully appreciate at the moment. And I hope this has already been established, some sort of tradition that will see long life. Okay, so my presentation will be about the key aspects of long-term handling and storage of spent nuclear fuel. Can I just use the clicker here? So, after the introduction, I will talk about the fuel life cycle. The speaker before me talked about the deep waste repository, so I'm not going to spend that much time on that. And in the second part of my paper, I will talk about the material properties that are important for long-term storage of spent nuclear waste. The energy concept of the Czech Republic assumes the open fuel cycle, both on the side of the nuclear power plants as well as the National Nuclear Waste Repository Authority. And once we have the tolerant fuel and with the onset of the small modular reactors, we believe that there'll be more operators of the operators. There is more actually fuel coming from both the Dukovany and Temelín, and we'll be also using the dry storage and in the intermediate storage sites, as well as the pools. We'd like to extend the time period for the dry intermediate storage sites from 60 to 100 years. I don't think I need to teach you as regards the fuel cycle. It's an open fuel cycle. You start with mining the uranium ore, then the mechanical and chemical treatment of the ore conversion, etc., right through to storage of the spent fuel. We are thinking about MOX or remix spent fuel, which is essentially a recycling effort. I'm not going to dwell on this for too long because I will be actually skating on thin ice because there are better experts on the deep repository sites. I just want to talk about the coverage or the cladding, shall we say, because it's the second and probably the most important barrier preventing radioactivity going out into the environment. So at the moment we store this for 8 to 10 years in the wet conditions, and then we put into the castor type of containers, and subsequently these will be placed in the deep nuclear waste repository. What can we expect in terms of development in this field? We can expect new suppliers of fuel for the currently operated units, Framatome, Westinghouse, KH&P, and on top of that there'll be more fuel for the small modular reactors, and there are several types again. All of the operators will need to place a lot of emphasis on using the tolerant fuel, accident-tolerant fuel, and as I've indicated, we are also talking about MOX and remix, the recycled fission material. With more units in operation, obviously there'll be more spent fuel, roughly about 90 tons per year in the Czech Republic. And by 2050, this will have roughly doubled. This is per year. I want to talk about key aspects in terms of the materials, oxidation, corrosion processes, heat creep, and reorientation of hydrates, meaning the hydrate-based cracking, changes in the microstructure, changes in the deformation of the core, and also we're talking about the issues concerning the treatment and then the load. When zirconium reacts with water, zirconium dioxide and hydrogen are released. Now, hydrogen is partly absorbed by the cladding, and it really depends on the material in order for it to be able to absorb hydrogen. In the long term, the precipitation of hydrates and transportation of hydrogen takes place depending on the tension of the cladding based on which material we use for it. As regards the telegraphic, metallographic analysis, these are microstructures. There are microstructures involved. Orientation of the grain, deformation of grain, plus fractography analysis of the fracture areas. This chart gives you a reference for the types of analyses that we conduct for each type of material. And now, Alvel, the company I represent, does covering the analysis for the cladding of the material, We use zirconium alloys and then study the materials and new properties based on the radiation dose they absorb. The radioactive clusters were in the Temelin power plant, 1 through to 5 cycles, and then we cut off the ampoules and transported them to the Nuclear Research Institute in Rzeszów near Prague, and that's one project. The second project, the main project, is based on studying the E110 alloy properties as such. One important thing to mention is the fluences of particles, and this is in the indicator of the developments in the material following exposure in the active zone at the Temelin power plant. Some people use this acronym as advanced technology fuel or accident tolerant fuel, two different meanings to the acronym. It's E110, French M5 or the Silo. Essentially, whichever you use, there's usually a cladding or coating based on chrome or nitride with various thicknesses. The main concept of the fuel rod is unchanged, though. Talking about tolerant fuel, accident tolerant fuel, we use 42C and MH, or becquerel is another. Becquerel, that's another type of alloy that we might use. The requirements are really tough. Temperature of over 1200 degrees Celsius, and also we need to protect the zirconium reacting with water.
Last but not least, it's crucial to improve the interaction between the waste and the shielding, which will ensure the prolonged life cycles of nuclear units. Currently, we are developing a project that is connected to the two previous ones, and it focuses on the study of the ATF materials or fuel characteristics. The goal here is to obtain a representative sample material depending on the increased radiation level in the light of operation, storage, and storage of such fuel. So the first goal is to improve this area in Temelin, and also to identify the changing characteristics of the material with increasing radiation against the material that is not subjected to radiation. The material we use has this classic VVR 1000 cluster. Then there are the rods that are connected to ampoules with the sediments of material samples. We have one capsule here, the other one in here. Between them, you can have fluence monitors to define certain characteristics of neutrons and other parameters. Once we are done, we have to cut off the ampoules, which is made using a special technology that we originally developed, and they are cut off once the 1 or 2 units in Temelin are not operating, and then we can cut off this part. This is the second generation of materials of the cutting equipment that we are using, because the previous one enabled us to cut off only 1 or 2 clusters. Now we can do more of them during one session. We are planning to implement MCA ATF
in zone 1 next year, earlier next year. Then in 2025, we want to introduce the second set to unit 2. We want to prolong it in time because in these years, these periods, these units will be not working. They will be out of operation for maintenance. So any operations that we will conduct in that time will not prolong the period these units are out of operation. To summarize, in the light of the current development in the Czech Republic, we are expecting diversification of storing spent nuclear fuel. Shielding of such spent fuel is the second and key barrier to the development. So you need to identify certain parameters and characteristics of the shielding materials used for dry storage, wet storage, etc., and how they change in time with radiation. In order to obtain a body of data, we need to combine both analytic experimental processes together with expertise from out of the Czech Republic as well. Thank you for your attention. Are there any questions, please?
Můžete prosím používat mikrofon, pardon, mikrofon.
A new deep storage site will be open in 2 years in Finland. What is your estimates? What kind of fuel will be stored there? What kind of shielding will be used? I think it shouldn't be a problem to store spent nuclear fuel there. Also because this is an old NPP, and I know they have been storing it. I don't think there have been any problems or issues with the operation of this NPP, so I don't expect any problems with storing the SNF, and hopefully Finland will confirm that that was the case. Now, Ms. Matulova from Surao and her intervention about deep storage sites and one of its components.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne pánovi riaditeľovi za predstavenie.
Thank you for introducing me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my presentation that will discuss the research and the developments in engineering barriers for a deep storage facility in the Czech Republic. Let me begin by defining what a deep storage site is. I guess many of you already know, but let's reiterate, it's the most safe and secure way how to store SNF, which combines core facility with concrete construction, and it's dedicated to further reactors that cannot be, for one or reason or another, stored in other types of storage facilities. It requires the implementation of certain barriers that together form a multi-barrier system. But a key issue here is how much of SNF will be actually stored. So it should be roughly 9,500 of spent fuel, which means 7,600 storage containers These will be high-level and mid-level waste, types of waste. Altogether, it should be 4,500 cubic meters. Globally, when we look at NPPs in different countries, they all have to introduce such kind of deep storage site. In many such countries, there is a very dynamic R&D in this area, but different countries are at the different stage of research and development. The biggest progress we have been witnessing in Finland, who in 2025 will start storing such SNF in deep sites. Also in Switzerland, France, and other countries, the stage of development of these sites is quite advanced. They have different geographical conditions. There are countries that are located close to the sea, for example, in Sweden and Finland. There are different deep or underground waters. So we have to also account for differences in the geographical composition of the land. The concepts of deep sites depend also on the material used for construction. For example, in Sweden and in Finland, it will be copper. Here we will be using steel, which is a similar choice as other European countries opted for. Why we come up with a different concept? What is the Czech concept of the deep site? This is a site that should be operational or should be safe and secure for at least 1 million years. We should find an area with crystallites, and we should have in place a multi-barrier system, including engineering barriers. And we will put fuel sets in storage cladding and shielding, and then it will be filled in with a buffer we call it bentonite. Then we will use backfill, and then we will seal everything with concrete. This will be all underground, 500 meters under the surface, and it will be under a very solid bentonite or crystallite rock.
What is the development of these deep storage sites in the Czech Republic? We saw a great deal of inspiration and took a great deal of inspiration from the Scandinavian programs. So we took the lessons, but there are certain differences. We don't have saline water, we don't have icebergs, and also the Czech bentonite is different. The development of engineering barriers started in 1999, and for the Czech bentonites, we first had to find a good place for locating and storing Czech bentonites. Then we started off or deposits rather of bentonites, and then we tested the materials and confirmed by testing the suitability of these bentonites. And also we do modeling in order to confirm this will be safe for 1 million years. As you can see that the deposits of bentonites are located in the northwest of the country. A location called Černý vrch, Black Hill, is the source of the bentonite we use for our experiments. Czech bentonites developed by altering materials rich in iron, and they also contain calcium and magnesium. The difference between the Czech bentonites and the other bentonites located elsewhere is the content of iron and various auxiliary materials such as gutted. And we need to test these in order to confirm the stability. This is a BCB bentonite, so really the raw material. And on the left, you can see the material already processed for further experimenting. So we started off with characterizing the chemical composition and using the refractography, we found out that there are various materials, quartz, mortmarilonite, kaolinite, goethite, and other materials. Also on the right, you can see the silicate analysis. We found out that BCB contains a lot of calcium and magnesium. That makes it very special. The capacity was EC capacity was 60.9 MEG per 100 grams. And I also wanted to say that these bentonites will be processed to the form of pellets. These are bentonite pellets, not just, not for the deep side storage, for deep storage site, but rather pellets used in the experiments. Based on our experiments, we know that the buffer will be functional with the average density of 116 kilograms per cubic meter, and this will be indeed the material used in the capsules. And then we can also use slightly less dense bentonite, which can have the density of 1400 kilograms per cubic meter that will be used for the corridors. There are various national projects going on at the moment using bentonites, but also international projects, the one in Hague and also other places, the dismantling mock-up Joseph, the pilot corrosion experiment at Bukov, and we are also involved in the big international projects that allow us to share information and data with the top-notch experts in the field. And we are also involved in the technological agency research projects in the Czech Republic. Now, this is our main barrier, engineering barrier. Between 2013 and 2021, there was a major research project for the research and development for the deep storage site, and these three institutions were involved. SCADA-JS as the industry partner, then the Nuclear Research Agency or Institute in Rzesz, and the Chemical Technology College in Prague. There's a two-cladding system with the inner and outside cladding made of stainless steel, and there was this, in the end, this double cladding concept because it was the most suitable outcome of our testing. So the inside is made of stainless steel and the outside is made of carbon steel. The reason being that the outside cladding made of carbon steel will be easy to estimate in terms of corrosion, the speed of corrosion, rate of corrosion. And we found out that the good conditions, or suitable conditions, avoiding point corrosion, but rather uniform corrosion, would be 40 to 50 degrees Celsius temperature. And up until then, this will be simply protected by the regular carbon steel. Now, there are two different sets of fuel cans that fuel rods that the two currently operated nuclear power plants in the Czech Republic use. They have different diameters, different thicknesses of wall, and also different lengths. We also tested the welding. The welds were tested. I know there are better experts here than myself. We used the method 141 using Wolfram electrode, tungsten electrode, and actually this is something that is done in Pilsen, so you can actually take a look. And almost in closing my presentation, I'd like to mention the benefits of our concept. The material is available, readily available. There's a good analogy with the archaeology, natural sites, and also the price point is quite attractive. At this moment, there are projects going on in mock-up, and also we provide the guarantee and expertise for the development of the engineering safeguards. At the moment, we are trying to develop the testing methods for our bentonites, and we also want to establish whether bentonites will be still suitable for temperatures over 100 degrees Celsius. And as regards the cladding system for the deep storage site, we are trying to optimize some of the parameters. On our website, if you're interested, you can find a lot of our reports and output of our analysis. That's where you can learn more. That's the end of my presentation, and thanks for your attention. Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation, and I think we can start our discussion on the deep storage site. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask a question, and thank you for your wonderful presentation. My question, well, okay, Jan Laskot, I'm from the Czech Technical University, from the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. My question concerns long-time future. You think about 100,000 years before it becomes completely radioactive or non-radioactive. Now, I'm thinking in terms of how this will be treated in the future. And I think there are two different approaches. Will this be marked? You know, thousands of years ahead, people will be thinking, okay, what's this? Or shall we not mark it completely? Because geologically speaking, this will be stable. This will be a non-attractive location. So which of the two approaches would you pick?
This is not up to me, unfortunately. What do you incline towards? I'm not qualified enough to make any assumptions, really. I really think that we should not mark it, and you never know what people will do. So 2 out of 3 said that we should not mark this. Maciej Leszko, thank you for the presentation, and I have a question. Are you discussing it with other countries, and are there any other countries interested in using our deep storage repository? No, we cannot even entertain such a thought. There is an ERDO initiative in the EU for countries with small nuclear programs who are looking for international repositories. However, there is no country willing or welcoming enough to help them in that respect. Jan Czerny, I don't really have a question, just a comment. I have a friend, and he has a house in a countryside, and he said is in Vysočina, and he said, "Oh God, they are building a deep waste repository," and he's really panicking about it. And I think that there is not enough public knowledge about the plans for the storage, and I think it should be advertised better. No, yes, thank you for your comment, but in all these areas where we have been experimenting for the past dozens of years, we have been running educational campaigns, and we have been cooperating with self-government. We have published a lot of information on our website, providing updates on our work, on our research. All the people living in the vicinity in the area had a chance to take part in consultations. We have work groups, task forces for information exchange in every single location. So, of course, yes, we can inform better, inform more, but we have campaigns in place. Now the question remains to what extent these people are interested in getting access to such information and whether it applies to them. And one final question before we move to the next presentation. One final question. Hello, Michal Cihlat, Technical University in Prague, Mechanical Engineering Faculty. You are discussing different methods of storage of such repositories, and you discussed advantages of this repository. Are there any disadvantages? I think what I can refer to is only the storage capsule. We only have one method of such storage, and the parameter that we have to somehow manage is the corrosiveness. So it's very difficult to model how corrosive the material of the capsule will be. It's very difficult to predict, but this is something we are trying to model as well. Thank you. Now it's time to listen to Václav Svoboda from Škoda JS about repository capsules. Hello. I work for the research and development and modeling processes at Škoda. In our department, we are developing cladding and shielding for storage and transportation of spent fuel and radioactive fuel as well, or nuclear fuel as well. This is one of the key products that we offer in our company. Apart from the shielding and cladding capsule for spent fuel from nuclear reactors, we also design special cladding and capsules for various radioactive wastes, such as spent fuel from different kinds of reactors. I will now present a few of our ideas that we developed in our company, and I will close my presentation by discussing the options for storing spent nuclear fuel from Dukovany and Temelin, which is the hot topic of today, isn't it? To begin with, let us first discuss what these capsules are. We have a special regulation of our regulatory authority based on MAAE SSR 6, where you can find requirements for capsules, what kind of tests they have to undergo, etc. You cannot do anything today without having a certificate for it. So we have a special document prepared by our regulatory authority defining what kind of documents we have to prepare for the materials, how it has to be overseen, etc. when we talk about storage and transportation of SNF, there are special rules and regulations in place as well. And the number of paperwork that you have to attach to these capsules is rapidly growing. The type of the cladding or the shielding you use depends on the kind of material that you are transporting and how far you're going. The capsules that we have, these are IP1, 2, and 3 types of containers used for contaminated products. Then we have a type of capsule used for transporting fission materials. A is for the fresh nuclear fuel. Then we have capsules BU, BM. There are the highest and the most strict requirements for the safety of such transportations. These are high-level waste capsules. For B, you cannot many concessions. For BM, you can make some concessions upon consultation. For example, you can avoid some testing. It can be placed on concrete, for example. You don't have to make steam tests for 9-meter height, but you have to first consult with proper authorities. Then we have C capsules for aerial transportation, S for storage, and then we have D capsules for permanent storage in repositories. That was the topic of the previous presentation. There's a number of requirements that we have to meet when we develop such capsules. The materials have to be very resilient, and they have to tolerate the temperatures from -40 up to 38 degrees centigrade. For some of them, it's up to 70. And there's a number of tests that is being run to check this, to verify this. Some of the studies or tests that have to be conducted, for example, spraying with water or falling off, for example, if it falls down from the crane, if it breaks, then if it can be its stackability, if it can be prodded with a steel rod. Then we have other tests for emergency situations. For example, a fall test from 9 meters. 9 meters is really nothing, but you can model it on a PC. Then we have to make tests of a fall test from 1 meter for a steel rod to define or to see how it will behave and how it will be destroyed, or if. Then we have another test when we scrub the capsule with a wooden block of 1 times 1 meter, and it's 500 kilograms. Then we have an immersion test, and we have a heat test when we apply 800 degrees centigrade to the capsule. Also, we have a crash test at 90 meters per second with a solid plane.
Now, an example of couple of capsules we've already developed and delivered. For instance, for storing material samples for VVER440 and 1000. They are both around 5,000 kilograms each. The diameter about 800 millimeters, height about 1300 millimeters, and these are from steel. We also do capsules for transport of radiators, both for medical and industrial purposes. PETA 6, SB160T, SB260L, and a special container called 300 Tera. 300 terabecquerel radiation sources can actually be absorbed. That's huge, actually. And for cladding, we used lead plus tungsten and also uranium. So the problem was not in calculations, but rather with the actual manufacturing or production. So the production itself was actually more of a challenge than the licensing later on. The main material for the PETA units is lead. It's only with 160L, 260L we actually use tungsten in addition to it. The weights would be from 3.5 to 5 tons each. Then for the Swiss PSI Institute, we developed a special type of container because they needed this to transport a target with bismuth and lead, and they had to travel along a public road just to cross a distance of about 1,000 meters. This was 6 meters long, 1.1 meter in diameter. The weight was about 40 tons. This was made of steel, one piece of steel, and it was quite interesting. The special diameter, essentially, it was a piece of welded unit, an overpack for the nuclear waste container that was made of several different diameter pipes. The Swiss counterparts were able to get certification without any special types, such as fire protection. We didn't have to do the testing of falls on impact analysis on absolutely solid layout, etc., etc. And this thing was just a single purpose, but still it is there on their premises. And then coming to spent nuclear fuel, this is both from the nuclear power plants and from various other sites. This container is called RBMK. That's for the RBMK reactor, rather. It's licensed in the Czech Republic and also in Russia. At this moment, we are in the process of getting our certification for the United States. We've supplied 16 units. One of these units was then modified for the Chinese type of fuel rods, and 2 more units were transformed for US type of fuel, MTM and Triga. TUC 145C is then certified for aerial transport. Talking about this particular fuel, we've been able to use this for transporting all over the world, essentially, from Central and East Europe, the Balkans, Africa, and Asia. That is going to then be transferred to the US because they have the Triga research reactors. The cladding is from cast steel. The size is about 1,500 millimeters in height and outside diameter 1,230 millimeters. And you can also use it for loading in hot chambers. Then we have the RBMK VTUK container. That was for the Ignalina RBMK 2 units, so that the spent fuel is sort of burnt, so that it doesn't lose its properties. And then there's another type called TUK, that's the BU type, in fact. which was used for the intermediate storage between the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. This is made of steel with 3 different parts, the overall length being over 12 meters. And when being filled up, we had to do it in the vertical position using a hydraulic mechanism that was part of a railway wagon. This container being of the BU type, unfortunately, what happens that this wagon travels around Pripyat, and there is still a section that is about 2.5 kilometers long that is still within the dangerous side, and all of a sudden you need to do the certification for the worst conditions possible, even though in reality you will never meet those conditions. Then when we did this the testing, and I was actually looking at these guys using the tightening, the torque tightener, and it was 5 meters long, and they used this huge wrench, then tightening wrench, torque wrench, and I was afraid that they would hit me with it because of this. And then there are 2 different capsules for the Czech nuclear reactors. They are essentially of the same construction. It's only the size and type of fuel, actually the fuel rod that they actually use and store. The thickness of the weld is 450 millimeters. A couple of interesting data points about this. It's 2.3 meters, and overall the weight is about 105 tons. If you add the fuel, it's 119 tons, and if you add the additional features such as dampers, it's over 140 tons. For the 440, sorry, it's slightly smaller in terms of height, but the weight is about the same. It's 102 tons. It's together with fuel, it's 120 tons, and if you use the dampeners for further transport, it's 138 tons altogether. The containers are in class 2, security or safety class 2, designed according to the legislation in place, and it's 379 of 2016. And by the way, that particular regulation does not give you the full list of parameters. So we started off by proposing the specifications, and this provided the lids and handling pins and all the rest of it. Minus 40 degrees Celsius is the heat range. The impact testing from 1 meter height, and then all the rest of the testing parameters would apply that I mentioned at the beginning. These casks had to be compatible with the already installed equipment, particularly the cranes, the shafts, and all the rest of it. And we supplied the first set in 2018, and for Dukovany in 2021, between 2022 and 43, we will have supplied a total of 18 units and about 30 for the Dukovany site. A bit of information about a drop test. We tried all of this, all the related units and also the materials such as dampers and the outside and inside containers. All of that was subjected to drop tests, and we had to buy special equipment, for instance, for deep drilling and circumferential welding. You have 2 minutes left. We completely abandoned the RTG test, and I'll switch over to the pictures that you can see from the development work. You can see pictures from the development work. We tested the equipment for circumferential wells. This head is completely unique. We can handle up to 550 millimeters in diameter.
We have purchased a special deep drilling machinery to check whether we'll be able to drill up to 4.5 meters deep. When we were testing the machinery, it turned out that it was deflecting, so we had to find a different way. We were checking for different arrangement of casks when they are put together. And we had run a number of tests at Škoda with different kind of fixtures and accessories before we placed fuel inside. It was very interesting to check how it will behave in a corridor when we had only 2 centimeters between the casks, so we were really very nervous to conduct this testing. The 440 container cask, the testing was similar. We had to check all the places where the casks will be stored together with fixtures and accessories. Now we are able to supply these casks without any problems, and in September 2023, we'll conduct final testing and we will continue our supplies smoothly, hopefully. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. We can take one quick question. Matěj Leško, a quick question is, you said that you were testing the packaging in the immersion tests. How do you do that? Oh, it's just a pure calculation. It's a theoretical test. Thank you to Mr. Svoboda for his presentation. And last but not least, we have Eva Harašnova from Javis. And I believe that this is exactly what we need before the gala evening celebrations. I can see that Miss Harašnova is actually a Mr. There have been some last-minute changes. Yes, my name is Tibor Rapant, and I represent the Javis company. We decided that I'll be the one presenting our topic, even though my dear colleague is here as well. We had a representative last year at the nuclear conference about storing SNF, because this is one of the major points at the end of the life cycle of any nuclear power plant. Because we don't have a lot of time, I will skip everything that has been already covered and only tackle the issues that we came across in the last 12 months. These are some key info about our company. We focus on handling SNF and on operating repositories. We store SNF from all NPPs in Slovakia. We are also responsible for decommissioning all NPPs in Slovakia, and we also have some commercial activities for our foreign partners, helping them and assisting them with handling SNF. We have, for example, customers and clients from the Czech Republic. In Slovakia, we have NPPs in 2 areas. Jaslovské Bohunice, Mohovce. I will talk about a V1 unit being decommissioned near Jaslovské Bohunice. So basic information about this unit, about this NPP, there are two units, VVER, that they were commissioned in 1978 and 1980. Based on the government decree, they were decommissioned in 2006 and 2008. In 2008, the NPP was closed and first works of decommissioning began, and they were concentrating basically on modifying and remodeling the NPP so that we could decommission all the equipment. Then we were preparing all the documentation, decontamination. Then the second stage of decommissioning began in 2018. We started with inactive facilities, and then we moved on to the facilities with active technologies with the primary and secondary circuit. Currently, we're in this stage, which is the period between 2020 to 2024, when we are deassembling the main equipment and support auxiliary equipment at the primary circuit. And what is ahead of us is the final stage, which is decontamination. The decommissioning was set in a number of stages. We are in stage 3. We are providing additional research and surveys for decommissioning purposes, and decontamination and demolition is the final stage of the project that we are working on. Additional surveying and research for decommissioning purposes was mainly concentrating on repositories where we were looking at contamination by radioactive substances and materials, and we used collecting information in preparing our plans for decommissioning and decontamination. Here in the picture you can see a preparation for sampling. When we were identifying sites with contamination, then we were drilling to obtain samples and further assess samples. When it comes to large-scale components of the primary circuits, this is the biggest project that we've ever worked on. We were decommissioning reactors, steam generations, the entire primary circuit. It was one of the biggest projects ever for us. Also, we were decommissioning other pieces of equipment around the reactor, everything that was in zone 1, so to speak. Most of these activities have been completed. Currently, we are closing down the workstations, and we are removing contaminated concrete elements. Here you see two pictures from December 2006, when the operation of the NPP was ceased for this unit. And here to the right, you see the current state, where the entire hall is used mainly for storing concrete elements in these huge bags, because they are contaminated, so they are stored here, or they are stored either here or in a repository nearby. This is the floor plan for the unit and workstations for fragmentation of the unit. Main stations at Unit 1 and 2, these were pools meant for the fragmentation of pressurized vessels. We needed them to be designed in a way that would separate the people working on the decommissioning from the radioactive
elements with water tanks. So we had some contaminated also elements that were not active enough for us to prepare such barriers. In this area, we had equipment that were not connected to any technology. They were stored in these areas of turbines. In place of this turbine, that was the second turbine for this unit, we had a workstation for decommissioning, fragmenting steam generators.
This picture is from the period where these workstations were in operation. This is the pool that was made at the first unit. And this is the fragmentation of the first unit that just started. Several pictures from the operations. We started to fragment or cut the reactor vessel, then the lower section of it. If the radioactive levels were not high, then these materials were removed from water up into the air. If the radioactivity level was high, these were loaded underwater right in the tank into cladded and shielded containers. We also then cut the shielding cans, which was a very specific characteristic of this particular nuclear power plant. Essentially were used to protect the rest of the environment from the neutron beam, neutron flow. And this was probably the most technical bit of the fragmentation effort. This is the second tank where we cut the inside of the reactor. So that was the case where we actually had to use the loading directly within the tank and then put it into special containers and store it centrally in a special storage site. This is the steam generator between the engine room, the turbine room, and you can see that we cut the pipes and the cladding or shielding separately. The main circulating pump, this is the so-called mogilnik, which is essentially the storage site of activated waste from the operation of the nuclear power plant. So these are primarily the parts of the reactor, then various absorbers, thermal components. We fragmented them usually in the tank underwater, and then we stored them at the site. And this is what we've essentially covered between the last year and this one. We fragmented the whole inside of it, then we decontaminated the surfaces, and subsequently all the concrete walls that have been built to build that tank essentially have been removed. And I hope I can show you that next slide. If you could click on it, please. All right, here we are. All right, not quite there. It seems to be just a link to an external SharePoint. I'm looking for something else.
Tam, kde je tá prezentácia, tam je aj to video. Hoci ktoré z nich, to je...
It's actually a video file that I wanted to share with you. If you could find it, please. So using the cutter, we fragmented the walls, and we used cold drilling. And individual surfaces and blocks of concrete were then dismantled and removed. The process took place in the following form. First, we deposited the individual pieces at the bottom of the tank, then we removed the sludge that developed during the cutting process, then the remaining contamination was removed and neutralized, and then we brought these bits and pieces into the corridor and removed them from the site, out from the control zone. And once they've been removed from the site, they were fragmented further outside. Iron simply removed and recently recycled, lately recycled, and the crushed concrete would then be used as a recycled material, as an aggregate. As regards the other type of materials, of waste materials, the majority of them is stored at the storage site that was built for this purpose, and you can see, and here you can see the 200-liter casks there that were then used for the waste material. Then there are the yellow containers that need to be maintained there for some content of cobalt-60, and after several years they can be released into the environment safely. And the rest of the materials would be stored in the containers that are simply not possible to release into the environment. Simply, there's the waste that doesn't meet the acceptance criteria. And you are talking for essentially two things. If there is a cobalt activity that is the problem, then you will need to wait, and then NEOP 94, where the radionuclide is the problem, then the half-time is about 10,000 years, so they will never be, these materials will never be actually meeting the conditions for being released into the environment. Then there's the biggest activity that we're focusing on. This is the shaft, the model of this shaft with the reactor. We need to remove the activated and contaminated concrete. That's the red area, and also the areas that were contaminated during, let's say, shut-off periods and downtime due to incidents or accidents. We work from two platforms, and then from the bottom of the shaft you do the third, complete the third phase. Essentially, you are cutting off fragmented concrete This is how you proceed. On the first unit, we've already completed this work, and this is what the shaft looks like, what the pit looks like. In the next period, we will be removing the contaminated and activated material, boric acid. So this is in the pipeline, and the last part of the project essentially will be removing the lifting devices, lifting material. So anything that is left there, all the tanks, piping, electrical installations, and all the rest of it.
Here you can see one of the tanks. Once we removed the contamination, we cut the tank. Individual elements after the cutting were decontaminated so that we could remove 100% of the materials to the environment. So we are able to decontaminate in 100% all the elements that we touched here. Here you can see some pictures from the project works. And what is still ahead of us? We have to remove the contaminated concrete elements, and until 2024, we will have to remove all the remaining systems in the NPP. And the final project, which is in the tendering procedure, is the contamination and restoring and restoring the area. It's very difficult somehow to ensure that we will actually get the project, even though we have been working on it for such a long time. So during the tendering procedure, we have to be very patient because we are not really sure whether we get the contract. It's all about these two. It's all about these two constructions that are remaining on the area. Everything else has been already demolished, and we will have to demolish the core island and the remaining facilities. So this is what's still ahead of us, and thank you for your attention. It was very difficult to compete with my predecessors, but hopefully I managed. Thank you for this fantastic intervention. Your presentations are always very exciting, and we have time for one short question.
Dobře, tak děkuji za přednášku.
I have two questions. One is these are all these particles that are floating around when you're cutting the concrete. How do you ensure that these elements, that this dust from the concrete elements do not hinder any works? Is this a problem when you're cutting concrete outside, outdoors? Then you always have to use special ventilation that actually all these ducts that suck out the particles and the dusts, any kind of aerosol, and it is minimized. When it comes to the shavings from the concrete, we also have special equipment that actually sucks out these elements. When we are cutting underwater, then all these particles and shave-offs are not really falling down, but the pools and the tanks were constructed in a way that ensured that on the level of cutting and above it, there was at least 4 meters of water.
And these shavings or these particles would never get above the cutting area. They would just sink down, and then we use special equipment to sort of wipe it off the bottom of the tank. As far as I remember, we had only 4 containers of these shavings of the concrete cutting. What was the main reason for decommissioning V1? I heard that it was the Austrian pressure, and that Austria said they will not back Slovakia's bid to enter the EU until the V1 is decommissioned. I was not the Austrian government at that time, but the reason for decommissioning was by the decision of the Slovak government based on the negotiations between the EU and Slovakia pre-accession. I'm not sure if that was the pressure from the Austrian side or other EU member states. What I can say is that the V1 NPP was an older type, and it was something different, something else than we have in V1, V2 or Mohovce. And the main problem with it was that this NPP was only apt to handle 200 millimeters of cracks, and there was these technical issues that would actually let the steam out of the pressurized vessel. And this is the emergency reactor system that is not sufficient enough, and it's handled differently in the newer NPPs. And that was the official reason why it was decommissioned, politics aside. My question is, you said that there were 4 or 5 meters above the of water above, and the reactor was even above the tank. Yes, but the 4 or 5 meters of water, it was above the cutting zone. I think that the tank is 11 meters high, and the reactor is 11 meters high, and the tank is 4 or 5 meters high. So we could get down below, and then there were 3 or 5 meters activated for cutting purposes, and then below the tank we could also cut it in the air, but we used the tanks for cutting. But the part that was dangerous and that was active, it was mitigated by the 3 or 5 to 5 meters of water. Thank you very much for this discussion. Thank you to the Technical University, West Bohemian Technical University, for welcoming us here. Thank you for all the presentations, and thank you to all of you for your attention. Thank you, and hope to see you soon. I thank Dr. Wondrovic for moderating this final session. Even though we're a little bit behind the time, I believe that the beer is still chilling in the Pilsen brewery, where you're warmly welcome for our evening at 7 p.m. Thank you to all our presenters, and please accept this token of our gratitude in the form of our very own in-house honey.
Tady je jeden přednášející, děkuji vám. Tak, další přednášející je tady. Ano, co? Momentik. 5 týdnů. Teď můžete tam jít ještě. Děkuji vám mnohokrát. Že jsem na někoho zapomněl?
I feel I've forgotten about somebody because I still have one jar left. Thank you, and looking forward to seeing you later on today at 7 p.m. And the official program here is over. Thank you.
Rovná se nikoho nevynechal. Jsem, že ne. Tak vám moc děkuji. Já vám díky moc. Já děkuji. Půjdete s náma do Prazdroje? No, to akorát, jestli mě můžete říct, kde to je. Já tam ještě Prazdroj, dejte si jenom Prazdroj a to bráně vám poví, jo. Dá se tam zaparkovat? Dá. Jak přes venku, tak i vevnitř. Tak na viděnou. Ano, vám se vydal, dal se nám ne. Je? Tam se vydal. Takže máte
tady se dá.
Hai večer, hai
PR doktora.
Okay. Tak to navěřím. Informace, že a potom se počítává do nějakého. Jste stále mluvili na vytížení bylo to vždycky pravdy
Yes. I'll go with you. So I will if you
abyste neměli jedno já vám děkuji za dobře, už jsem začal.
Jako mě napadá, to bude jako běžet, protože uvidíme se zítra. Určitě si to jako se nějakým seklo, nebo prostě nějakým způsobem dotýká. Jasně. Jo, já jdu zkusit zablokovat tady ty druhý dveře. Jo.
No, já vlastně jako budu pokud, já tak na to budu koukat. No, případně nějak.
A ono, když tak, jestli se to přes YouTube, tak by mělo být zájem na YouTube.
Málo zájem na YouTube, a tam to vám bude třeba určitá kvalita, no, ale jako záznam toho bude vidět, ale tady by to asi lepší.
No jo, určitě to necháme z toho. No, jestli to dál, jo.
Ale jako, loni jsme taky, a bylo to povědět. Když mě přijde, že základ by se to ukončilo, tak to by měli hodně později. A jde to prezentují. To nepůjde, ale nějaký dostupný video to
a není na té, jako na tom druhém monitoru. Jo, přepnout, anebo zkusit jenom přepnout ty rozložení.
To bude možná. Jo, to je ono, děkuju, to je dobré, děkuju za to. Super. Tak to vlastně dá